All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Madam Court Officer, you may call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case CBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. The panel will first address one matter before we continue with the testimony of W03880. It's the panel's understanding that the Thaçi defense seeks an extension of the word limit to 9,000 words for the defense's joint response to the SPO Rule 154 motion. The Thaçi defense submits that the extension is necessary in light of the number of witnesses concerned, the complexity of the issues raised, the amount of material tendered, and the need to address both proposed statements and exhibits within the body of the filing. It is also the panel's understanding that the SPO has no objection to the request. Any party wish to have any other comment on this? It looks like no. Okay. Based on the submissions of the parties, the panel grants the Thaçi defense request for an extension of the word limit to 9,000 words for the defense's joint response to the SPO's motion, or SPO's Rule 154 motion, which is F01830. The panel notes that it does not need a verbatim recitation of the rules in the defense's joint response, and that the submissions should be focused on the issues that are in dispute between the parties. This concludes the panel's oral order. We are now ready to proceed and to continue with the Thaçi cross-examination of the witness. Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in.
If I could have a moment, Judge, before you
sure,
bring
wait
the
a
witness in.
Wait, Madam Usher, hold up.
And this pertains to disclosures yesterday that we received, clearly 103 disclosures that we received yesterday concerning the next witness. But it gives me pause concerning the SPO's obligation to disclose 103 material, not only for this witness, but for other witnesses. I think on the most objective reading possible on the disclosures that were provided yesterday and over the weekend by the SPO, they were clearly Rule 103 disclosures, and significant periods of time went by when that has not been disclosed, and in fact, again, were disclosed yesterday, and I believe several over the weekend. It gives me some pause, Judge, given the numerous, the context that this witness that's on the stand has had with the SPO, in conjunction with some of his more ludicrous allegations concerning Mr. Thaçi being on a tape with Damachi that he comes up with for the first time in the 6th of October, 2023, 25 years after the fact. I don't know what's in the possession of the SPO, and certainly we did not know what was in the Rule 103 material that was in possession of the SPO concerning the next witness until yesterday and a bit over the weekend. However, this still issue is quite salient with regard to this witness who has told any number of versions of stories. So I seek your guidance, Your Honor, as to how we proceed on this, given that the understanding of Rule 103 obligations is I'm giving this the kindest version possible, is possibly not as fulsome as it should be under the law. And I raised to discuss this issue with the chambers because I didn't really have this issue on my mind yesterday, but when these other matters came to our attention, I wanted to bring it to the court's attention that it has bearing on this witness, considering some of the almost alarming recent revelations that he decides to come up with when he's talking to the SPO a few days ago. So I think preliminarily there has to be some fashion of review done by the SPO immediately concerning any remotely considered Rule 103 material before we proceed. And Your Honor, if there is some reason why these matters should be given to the court ex parte in camera for review as Rule 103 for any number of reasons, certainly the defense will go along with that and allow the court to review that in camera ex parte to see if there are Rule 103. My issue at this point is, Judge, I just don't know. We just don't know. And as a result of these disclosures that came up yesterday, which are clearly Rule 103 material concerning the next witness, I raised this issue concerning this witness because I do have some serious questions about the standard upon which the prosecution makes their Rule 103 determinations. I don't know if my other colleagues have other issues in that regard, but that's basically the position at this point of the Thaçi defense.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Just to start off, second time in 2 days that the SPO has had no inter partes communication regarding an issue such as this, as is required by Your Honor's order, para 128 of the Order on the Conduct of Proceeding, clearly identifies that that is the way to proceed. Putting that aside, counsel is conflating the issues between two witnesses, the present witness on the stand and another witness that is going to be coming later on. As regards the witness on the stand, the issue that counsel raised regarding the evidence that he provided concerning an intercept regarding Demachi and Thaçi was evidence that we did disclose to them. And so there's no 103 information in that regard. That was evidence that we obtained for the first time in the proofing session, and we shared that with counsel. And so anything else beyond that is entirely speculative. And I'm happy to address the other issues as well. In relation to the other witness, the disclosures that we made in regards to the other witness, we have been fully satisfied our 103 disclosures in that regard. We did make some additional disclosures based on the proofing session that happened very recently, and that obviously changed what our understanding of what our 103 obligations were in that regard, as well as the, I believe, 6 or 7 requests, perhaps more, that we've received from various defense teams for additional information over the past month or so. We have tried to comply with all of those fully, and we believe we have been fully compliant with those. And so there has been no 103 issues here at all, and any claims to the contrary is entirely speculative. Thank you.
Can I respond? Yes, so I'm sorry.
May I just interject? The reason I didn't rise at the appropriate time is because I have nothing to add in relation to the impact of the issues relating to the following witness on the submissions that Mr. Kehoe was making in relation to the present witness. I would respectfully submit that there is a great deal more to be said in relation to what has happened in connection with the follow-on witness, and that this is not the time to hear the prosecution or to elaborate or in any way to give any indication as to what has or has not adequately been done by the prosecution in that regard. That is a very serious matter which is going to take some time.
Just one response, a short response to the prosecution's comments. Your Honor, we're trying to do the best we can as this information comes across the transom. I understand that the need and the desire of the court for inter partes communications. But in this situation, there is simply no time. We just received this information a little bit over the weekend and yesterday that frankly was quite alarming, as it is clearly 103 material, which I'm sure Your Honors have reviewed. It is only upon that issue and contemplating that issue that caused me to rise on the potential Rule 103 issues concerning this witness. Now, there was a disclosure on the issue that counsel gave us in the proofing note too, but the question is what else is out there? What else is out there in contacts with these witnesses that we don't know about, that we haven't been provided the information for? We simply don't know. And there a degree of speculation? Of course, because I'm not going to stand before Your Honors and say that I know, because I don't know. So that being said, the way to remedy the situation is for the prosecution to disclose to the chamber, they can disclose it ex parte in camera, for a review of all contacts with this witness for a determination of its Rule 103 implications. Now, there may be none, but we don't know. And I would not be properly representing my client if I didn't raise this issue with this witness because of some of the alarming disclosures that were given to us yesterday and over the weekend concerning the next witness.
The request to have us undertake some sort of a search of the prosecution's database or office and present it to us is the prosecution's obligation, and they tell us they are ongoing searching and we're not going to do anything else other than proceed with this witness today, and that's it.
Your Honor, I'm not asking, if I can just maybe clarify my point, I'm not asking the court to make a search through their files.
No, but there's a limit to what we can do. We stand on you and we stand on the prosecution to tell us the truth. If they find out late about something, don't you want to know if they find out late about something that came up?
Of course
you do.
Of
course you do. So the fact that they notify you 2 days before when the witness brings some new information is no excuse for delay.
I'm not trying to delay, Your Honor. And let me say this to you.
Well, how can we do what you ask without delaying?
Well, I would ask if they turn over their contact sheets to you, every contact they've had with this witness to you, and just give it to the chamber. It won't require the chamber to review their files. It just is looking at their contact sheets. Now, the information, and the information concerning the next witness is not recent information. This is not, the 103 information that we received yesterday concerning the next witness isn't 103 information that came up within the past couple of days. This is information that goes back some period of time that has been in the possession of the SPO, which called me to question why.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I believe you've ruled on this issue.
You don't have any, is there some reason that somebody in your office of the scores of people that work there can't pick up the phone and call them?
Well,
That's what an inter-party communication is, and I don't understand why that doesn't happen.
well, it does.
In my experience, that's how you handle issues like this.
And Your Honor, I agree with you 100%.
Well, then do it.
Well, the issue, Your Honor, is that when you get this information at the 11th hour concerning the next witness, and then I'm talking to Your Honor about the current witness as to whether or not there's any additional information. And I'm not rehashing Your Honor's order at this point, but I wasn't asking Your Honor to search through the SPO files.
That's what it sounded like. We're going to continue with the cross-examination. Madam Usher, you may bring the witness in. Good morning, witness.
Good morning.
Continue with the remainder of the defense's cross-examination. I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them that you don't understand, and they will try to clarify. Also, please remember to try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. Please also remember to speak into the microphones and to wait 5 seconds before answering so that the translators can keep up with you. If you feel the need to take breaks, let us know and we will do our best to accommodate you. We continue now with Mr. Kehoe's questions of you. Mr. Kehoe, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, witness. When we left off yesterday, we were talking about the stop by the KLA on the 29th of October, well, actually the 18th of October. Now, you told us that you had, first of all, you told us yesterday, just to put us all in context, that you didn't have any press designations and you didn't have any authorization from Adam Damachi to travel in KLA areas. Is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Damachi was providing authorization to media people to give them permission to travel in KLA areas, didn't you?
No.
You had no idea in the 18th of October or prior to that, that Mr. Damachi was providing members of the media with authorization to travel in KLA area, written authorization. You had no idea about that, is that right?
That's right. I didn't know. We didn't know.
Other members of the media at the Serbian Media Center and discussed what was going on in Kosovo with other members of the media, didn't you?
Yeah, that's true. As we talked,
Never learned at any time that Mr. Damachi was giving written authorizations to members of the media to travel into KLA areas. Is that your testimony?
Objection asked and answered.
Well, it's based on his contacts with the other members of the media, so the question is different.
Go ahead then. Ask it again.
So, based on your contacts with other members of the media, is it your statement to this chamber that you never learned from anyone that you had to have written permission from Adam Damachi to travel into KLA areas? Is that your testimony?
that's exactly what I said to you. No, I did not know.
That you came up to this group of KLA soldiers and you drove past, or Mr. Dobricic drove past, right?
Right.
Okay, and this is in the temporary transcript at page 92, line 17, that you went some 50 to 100 meters before you turned back. That's incorrect, isn't it?
Well, I say that it's correct. It was some 50 to 100 meters, then we turned back. There were people on the side of the road, and they stopped us.
91 of yesterday's transcript, you said, in line 15 to 18, and you acknowledged that you drove past the KLA checkpoint about 500 meters and turned around and went back to that checkpoint. And then you answered at line 18, that's right, that's right. And In your 2012 statement, which I believe is Exhibit 490, you note that after 500 meters, we realized a kind of KLA checkpoint, and that consequently that we were in territory controlled by the SPO. So, you testified earlier that it was 500 meters. You testified in 2012 that it was 500 meters, and then you testified to the to the SPO that it was 500 meters, didn't you?
Stop.
100, 150, 250, whatever. We came some couple of 100 meters, whatever you please, and then after that we just turned around and went back.
Had gone half a kilometer, you then saw another KLA checkpoint, didn't you?
I believe the
Ne,
witness.
nismo vidjeli
No, we did not see any next checkpoint. I've already explained. We understood that as we went further, we were entering the territory of KLA, which was under their control, in other words. So we turned around, as I said, went back, and as we would say in Serbian, and then so help us God. Well, and that's what happened in the end. We were released.
What you told the SPO
Okay.
on the 6th of October, on page 2, you noted that you clarified that instead of 8 to 10 KLA members at the checkpoint, there were around 15 to 20 in total, with 8 or 10 of them on the side of the road where they were stopped, and an additional KLA members at a location further uphill. Do you recall telling the SPO that?
Da, tačno tako.
Yes, exactly so.
You're driving past the KLA, you don't have any identification, you don't have any permission from Thaçi, you drive past these KLA members, and then as you're driving up the hill, you see another additional KLA members at the top of the hill, right? And it's at that point that you come back because you and Mr. Dobricic are caught. There's no place for you to go. That's what happened, isn't it?
Ne.
No. First of all, we were going downhill. We went downhill, not uphill. Ahead, we could see a village. We went further, these 100 to 250 meters, wherever you want. So then we turned around. These people were on the side of the road, one group. And above the road, on the right-hand side, on the hill that I mentioned, there were some 4 to 5 additional members of the KLA.
KLA, there were additional KLA further up the hill that you were traveling. Isn't that right?
Da, kad smo se vraćali, onda smo...
Yes, when we returned, we saw them too on the right-hand side.
Traveling between two different groups of KLA members. Isn't that right?
Ne.
No,
Sir, let's read what you said.
Ajde.
You
let's.
said to the SPO. The 6th
Tako je.
of October.
That's right.
That you were on the road where you were stopped, and there were additional KLA members at a location further up the hill. So you were caught. You were caught between the KLA members that you had blown past, driven past, and the KLA members that were further up the hill, right? You were caught.
Ne, mi se...
No, no, no. Obviously, there is a major misunderstanding here. Can I clarify one more time?
Prolazimo pored prvi...
We went past the first group of KLA members on the right-hand side of the road. We continued, we went further down, saw this village. After a couple of 100 meters, we turned back, returned past the same group. The first group now was on the left-hand side, but on our way back, as we were returning, there were a few additional members of KLA on the right-hand side, a bit up the hill. So we're talking about one and the same group.
So you drive past the group, there is another group further up the hill that you see, and it's at that point that you decide you're going to turn around and go back, right?
Ne,
No, no. There's no point. Obviously, you don't understand what I'm trying to explain. You keep claiming that there was another group. I told you what happened. It was the same group that I'm talking about the entire time. We went past the first group, we turned back, returned, and we saw, as we went back, we saw the group that we saw the first time, and as we returned, there was another group almost in the same spot, but on a little bit up the hill. That's it.
He's explained this several times. I think the panel understands it, but apparently you don't. He's said the same thing over and over again.
It just is, the problem, Judge, is it diverges from what he told the SBO.
And that's a different matter
That's right.
entirely. But you're asking him if it's true, and he's telling you, no, it's not, and he's telling you what the truth in his view is.
Understood.
Okay.
And when you described this second group, you described it.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, just to interject, since there is a representation made about what he told the SPO, I don't believe there is any discrepancy with what he told the SPO.
They can do that on redirect, Judge. I mean,
And he is not saying he saw a second group. He's saying it is the same group,
And he-
seen twice.
And what you told the SPO is that there were additional KLA members at a location further uphill. Isn't that right? An additional KLA members at a location further uphill.
to je tačno.
That's correct.
To mesto...
In the same spot, uphill. We didn't see them all. We passed through. We saw a group on our right-hand side. After the 150, 200, 500, if you want, meters, we went back. And as we returned, the group that had been on the right-hand side was now on the left-hand side. They came out onto the road, and on the right-hand side, we saw another group of KLA, whether a group actually went from side to side of the ride or not, I don't know, but it was all the same spot, the same group on the right-hand side of the road, a few, I don't know, a bit up the hill. Same group.
Did I cut you off? I mean, Mr. Radisevich, you go past these KLA members, you drive off, you turn around, that you come back, you're in KLA air. You would agree with me, sir, that you and Mr. Dobricic were acting suspiciously at the time in a combat area, weren't you?
Sad kad pogledam...
Well, if I look at it now, or you, whoever, it is true that we shouldn't have been there. Whether we acted suspiciously, well, we just got in the car, we were driving, yes, you are right, perhaps we shouldn't have been there. But we were just doing our job. Just to make it clear, it was a free country, anyone could pass anywhere, correct? And there was also the Holbrooke-Milosevic Agreement, which guaranteed free passage. and I don't know in the end what was suspicious about it. You could see it anyway. I mean, from either side.
Me, sir, that you and Mr. Dobricic, who was stopped, were out gathering information to write articles, and Mr. Dobricic was supposedly a photojournalist. Is that right?
Za mene gospodin Dobričić bio.
For me, Mr. Dobricic was a photojournalist. Now, you can say supposedly. For me, it was understood. They sent him to me from Tanyug as a photojournalist. And that's right. Yes, we went there. And I'm saying, primarily, he wanted to make a few more photographs of a police vehicle for which we got information that it was located somewhere there and that it was riddled with bullets. And he wanted to make another few photos of it. And I repeat, we set out, the OSC mission was supposed to arrive, and then we went a bit further afield because the mission was late. In order to kill time, as you would say informally, to wait another couple of hours until they were supposed to arrive.
One article that you wrote for Tanyud with pictures that were taken by Mr. Dobricic that you filed that we can go back and check in the Tanyud archives. Can you name us articles that you wrote in conjunction with Mr. Dobricic for Tanyud?
Pa verovatno postoji.
Well, there probably are. We were at various press conferences and all that. He made photos, I wrote. He sent his photographs to those who were in charge, the director that was responsible for photographs, and that was it. Certainly that there were some. Now, which ones? I've no idea. It may have been a press conference with a focus on agriculture, or a press conference held by Mr. Baki Angelkovic, or it could have been all kinds of press conferences. How would I know what were all the various things that we did in Pristina and elsewhere? How could I remember what article I wrote 25 years ago? Whether it was about how many students enrolled in the university that year, for example. There were 1,000 articles. You could ask me about something that I wrote several days ago, or last month, or a year or two ago, but for Tanyug, and which photojournalist was involved, I know that in specific case it was Mr. Dobricic, but which specific articles I wrote, well, do you know how many articles I wrote? Not only then, but in the last 25 years. I mean, I'm an agency journalist. It's my daily job. Sometimes I write 4, 5, 6 articles on various topics.
You sit here, sir, you can't tell us one article. You can't tell us the articles that you wrote based on your trips with Mr. Dobricic during an armed conflict area between 96 and 1999. You can't tell us what those articles are. Is that right?
Prvo, 96.
First of all, he was not there since 1996 or 1997. I told you that he got there in 1998. He was there a couple of months after that. We were caught, right? And that was it. Later on, I didn't do any work with him again. And now you are asking me to tell you which article I wrote. I have no idea which article I wrote. I'm telling you that I've written many. Why would I be aware of any one specific article that I wrote that was accompanied with photographs made by Mr. Dobricic? Why would I know that? I mean, simply saying this was routine work that I did. I would write articles, it would be sent to Belgrade, they would then broadcast it or not if they didn't like it, and that was it.
Go back to Mr. Dobricic, and we read for you yesterday the fact that Mr. Dobricic had been questioned by an investigative judge, a Serbian investigative judge. You recall that, sir?
So if I could get a reference to the document?
Sure. It is a statement of Mr. Dobricic, and it is W4828, and it is 083812, 083822, and the page that we referred to yesterday was page 083813. Now, Mr. Dobricic was interviewed by a Serbian investigative judge in 1999. And it's your testimony that you were never interviewed by a Serb investigative judge. Is that right?
Mene,
I was only interviewed when we were released on the 27th of November. Walker came to get us, and we held a press conference on the following morning around 10:30. May I continue? Great. Around 10:30, somebody knocked on the door in my apartment, and because I was closest to the door, then I looked.
Eko tata vidi koji su ovi.
I looked who that was, then I didn't recognize them. I called my dad to check. I opened the door finally. Mr. Radošević, I asked my dad to open the door. Mr. Radošević, how are you doing? Is your son here? Yes, he is, because my father was well known. Some people knew him, so they recognized him. There were 3 or 4 people, 3 or 4 men, and they said, "Can you please come to the police station?" All right. I dressed. I came along with them. I was there for an hour and a half, and we were questioned precisely about the events that we have been discussing here, the 40 days I spent there. And I remember, for example, what day it was, but never mind. I think that there was a match in the finals between Yugoslavia and Cuba for volleyball. I think it was the World Championship, but never mind. I think it was the 28th, and it lasted for an hour and a half, and then I left, and some colleagues of mine from Tanjug came, and they took me out to lunch, and we talked about all this. This was the only occasion when somebody interviewed me about this.
You were interviewed the day after you were released by a local policeman, right? That's your testimony.
Samo tada, isključivo tada.
Only then. No one ever asked me anything after that.
Or an investigative judge like Mr. Dobricic to talk to you about what happened in October, November of 1998. Is that right?
Ja vam upravo to kažem.
And that's exactly what I'm telling you. On the following day, in the morning, after we were set free, I went to the police station. I was there for a bit more than an hour. They asked me some questions, and that was it. Now, I don't know what the investigative judge, perhaps he was questioned by the same people. The investigative judge, I'm telling you, it was only the police, and it was the public security sector.
You tell him that you had driven past a group at a checkpoint with armed soldiers without stopping, and then that you were subsequently stopped by those people. Is that right?
Naravno, evo što sam.
Of course, yes, just as I told you, the same.
Why after everything that you spoke about in your SPO statement, Mr. Dobricic would have been called in to talk to an investigative judge, and you were not.
Parto piteti.
Well, you should ask the investigative judge that. That's all I can tell you.
Sir, I put to you that you were, in fact, called before an investigative judge, and an investigative judge took your statement, and that statement is now being concealed from this court. Or the information that you gave to the police on all these issues warranted no further investigation because nothing happened. Isn't that right? Right?
Ne razumem deo.
I don't understand. What do you mean when you say nothing happened?
And how would the witness know what the investigative authorities had decided?
I don't know. You don't have any foundation for that, do you?
Well,
Do you have
I
evidence?
foundation for that.
Do you have evidence, or is this just a claim?
It's a claim, Judge. I'm putting this case to him. Sir, after your conversation with the police, the day after you were released, nothing happened. All of this information that you talked to the SPO about how you were abused and a policemen were abused, did you tell all that to the local policeman?
Pa jesam na...
Yes, I did, of course. How we were caught and everything else that I told to this side here, I mean, the prosecution, everything that they asked me about. And nothing, I'm telling you. That was it. There were 4 or 5 of them, and we sat together. You may find it funny or not or anything, but inter alia, we also watched this volleyball match between Yugoslavia and Cuba, or maybe it was Brazil, I don't really know. So inter alia, we watched the match. We were watching the match while we were discussing this, and this was on TV, so you may find it funny, but...
I'm sorry?
You're talking over each other.
Yes, Your Honor. The fact of the matter is that after you talked to this policeman, according to your testimony, you were involved in no further investigation concerning all of the events that you told the SPO, right?
Upravo, prvi put...
Yes, precisely. The first time that someone contacted me was in 2011, when the ULEX, or whatever you call them, whoever it was, came to see me.
Let us stay with that. So let us stay with exactly what transpired. So you told the SPO, and for the first time in 2011 and 2012, that you were taken to a location in Sedlari where you were, a rifle was put in your mouth and then put into your eye. Is that right? And what I'm
Da.
reading is your
Yes.
007881 to 000788119, page 815.
We kindly ask the council to read out the numbers a bit slowly, as we don't have them.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm just giving a reference to counsel.
Oh, I thought you wanted to show it. It
Yeah, I
wasn't
just
necessary to show it.
No,
And that's
And-
P489, Mr. Kehoe. That is exhibit P489 for the
I
record.
just got that from my colleague, Your Honor. I apologize. It's Exhibit 489. So, in 2011 was the first time that you ever told anybody about this story, about a gun being put in your mouth and a gun being put to your eye. Isn't that right?
Zvanično, da.
Officially, yes. Perhaps I may have stated that in the interview in 1998 on BK television when we were invited, but I don't have a recording of that TV show, so I can't help you there. It's possible that I did say it then, but who would be able to find it now? And that I told about this to everybody else, my friends and so on. Of course I did, but officially that's what it is, just as you said right now.
Officially, did you, in 2011, did you, now you're a journalist, during this entire period of time, right?
Da.
Yes.
Do you?
Onako mislite sam da sam seo pa napisao.
You mean for myself, if I sat down and wrote it down?
Čista mija i
Just so I do it for no specific reason. Is that what you're asking me? I didn't write anything, if that's what you mean.
Twice in 2018. Prior to the statements in 2011, did you write any articles for Tanyud or any other periodical as to what happened to you?
nisam.
No, I didn't.
Until 2011 and 2012 was the first time you said this. Did you file a criminal complaint so that the authorities could investigate this matter?
Nije, mogu da objasnim zašto.
No, I can explain why, but I simply didn't. That's my answer. No. No, I didn't.
When you were asked about what happened in Sedlari by the interviewer in Vice, and this is at, I can get the right number, Judge. It is 494. You were asked about your treatment. And you said, for the most part, it was decent, but not everywhere, not always. We were given food, cigarettes, and water, 2 to 3 meals a day. The best treatment was in the village where we spent a week. There was no physical violence. Did you tell them that? And that's at a page of 5 of 15, or that's at page 114-279 of exhibit 494. Did you tell them that?
Da, i kako?
Yes. And as I put it, it was mostly correct, or something like that. Whatever it says precisely, mostly. And then I got back to an event and I told about the man who put the gun in my mouth. So for the most part, now you may interpret it as any way you want, but the emphasis was on for the most part, and I also talked about everything that did happen.
Se nije desilo.
Didn't say that nothing happened. For the most part, they were correct.
Vice, the best treatment was in the first village where we spent a full 3 weeks. There was no physical violence. That's what you told him.
Tačno.
Correct.
Us after not filing a complaint that these other events happened concerning the gun in your mouth and in your eyes. Is that right?
Ja mogu da vam odgovorim na...
I can only answer by asking you, who would I file a criminal complaint with? Inter alia, who would I file it with?
Telling this court as a journalist for Tanyud for decades that you had no knowledge about where you could file a criminal complaint. Is that your testimony?
Ma kažem, kome bi...
No, I'm just saying, who would I file it with? For what? with whom the state was fighting a war with them. So for what would I file a criminal complaint? Against whom? I simply don't understand. To whom, what, and why? What would I say? Say to the state, hey, I'm filing a complaint here against the Kosovo Liberation Army because they held me a captive for 40 days, but they're waging a war against them.
Case that with this events in Sedlari, that you didn't write a story in Tanyud or anywhere else. Let me withdraw that. I assume you had friends in the media, right? Did you not?
Yes, go on and ask me.
Did you have friends in the media?
Da, okay.
Yes, okay.
And you didn't have a
No, I didn't.
And you never told Ambassador Walker about this gun in the mouth and gun to the eye, did you?
To vi kažete da je...
That's what you say, that I told nothing to Ambassador Walker.
Walker about someone putting a gun in your mouth in Sedlari, did you?
Sigurno.
Certainly.
Pričao sam mu i o tome.
I told him about that and about many other things that happened there.
Pa, verovatno je.
Well, and including that, or probably, though not probably, but that included.
So when you were asked about this by the SPO in your proofreading note, you said you told him that some things were unpleasant. That's what you told the SPO. You never said that you told him anything about the gun in the mouth and the gun to the eye, did you?
Ne znam da li sam mu to...
I don't know if I told him, but I did. I certainly did. I stand by that, that I certainly told him that too. 100%.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you tell the SPO when you were talking to them several days ago, about the 6th of October, that you had told Ambassador Walker about the events in Sedlari where a gun was put in your mouth, into your eye? Did you tell them that?
Ja sam sa tužilačem...
I talked with the prosecution about that when we were released on the way to Pristina, and I told them what we discussed on that occasion, including where one could go out in Pristina, where you could have good food, so all sorts of things that we talked about. I told him that some things were unpleasant, including what you are asking me about now. Then later on we went to see Mr. Walker, and my family members came, and we continued talking about all sorts of things. Then we had a press conference, and in the end I invited Mr. Walker to come to my home, and he visited me and stayed for half an hour, he and his aide, or whatever I would call him.
Documents speak for-
And he was happy that we invited him.
You then said that you were taken to another basement after you were taken from Sedlari. Is that right?
Tačno.
Right.
SPO that you believe the place was Klečka. Is that right?
Da.
Yes. And just to be clear, I said, I think, I don't assert. I think that that's where it was. Judging by what I heard on the way there, I may add an explanation, or you can ask me additional questions if you like. So I said, I think, I don't claim this.
The drive that you had from Sedlari to this other location, you told the SPO, and this is in Exhibit 488, Part 1, Point 1, at page 19, lines 18 to 23, that it was around 2 or 3 hour drive from there. So, you noted, you told the SPO that when you went to, wherever you went to, that was a 2 to 3 hour drive from,
Tako je.
Right?
Tako je.
That's right. But we took some unpaved road and then an asphalt road, judging by the feeling that you had in the car while you were driven there. So there were different roads. We stopped somewhere for 10 or 15 minutes, and eventually we arrived to our destination after about 2 to 2.5 hours.
unpaved roads, asphalt roads, or is this something you just made up today?
Ne razumem šta me pitate.
I don't understand your question. We were driving, there were different roads, it was not a highway. I'm just telling you that it lasted 2.5 hours. There were such roads, and why is that important? I'm telling you how long it lasted. Why would I be inventing anything anyway?
02672, and it's only one page, it's a Google map. We can put that up on the screen. Now, witness, this is a Google map that plots the distance between Sedlari and Klečka, and it is 9.7 kilometers, a 15-minute drive. Klečka is a 15-minute drive from Sedlari. And you know that during 1998, this entire area was basically KLA area, right?
Dobro.
All right.
You are testifying that it took 2 to 3 hours to get there, right?
Mogu da odgovorim, je li tako?
Can I answer? Super. Let's go back to the first issue. I said that I thought it was Klečka, not that I claim it was. Simply speaking, why did they drive us around for 2 or 2.5 hours, even if it was Klečka? That's a matter for them to answer, not for me. I did not sit in a car and then drive to Klečka in order to get there as fast as I could. They may have had their reason why they took us in such a way if it was Klečka. And I also told you that we made stops on the way that lasted for 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Witness,
Super.
you wanted to place yourself,
Fine.
because it's a famous place where people like Fatmir Limai were accused of killing policemen. Isn't that right? You wanted to place yourself in Klečka. I put that to you, sir, and that's the reason why you selected Klečka, right?
Ja ću da...
I will tell you about Klečka. While we were driven there, and that's what you could read in the documents, somebody mentioned in a couple of places, not the people who drove us, but somebody on the side of the road because they would stop, talk, and then there was mention of Klečka, Klečka. On the other hand, when I was in the police station of which you were asking me about on the 28th, I said that I had been driven somewhere, and they said the same thing, basically. Well, I think, based on what I know, they said, Nesho, you were probably taken to Klečka, so that's what I'm saying. So my knowledge about this is both based on what I had heard from these guys and also what I was told at the police station. I never claimed that it was Klečka indeed. I just said that I thought it was.
Place yourself in Klečka, and then you also say the place of your detention was like the Yellow House. Didn't you say that?
Ja sam samo rekao,
I just said that these houses looked similar or looked the same. I did not connect it in any way or manner to a yellow house. I just said they were similar, and if you insist, I can just tell you I probably said, well, it looks like that house, and that was yellow. It was a mountain house, which differed from Albanian houses in Podujevo, which would have a wall around them. This was just a mountain house. There were some stairs going up.
da sam ja to vidio samo u
And I repeat, I only saw this around 8 or 9 p.m. when I took stuff out
toliko koliko vidim.
from the pail where we did our needs. I would just come out of this house and empty the pail. Well, in any case, just to explain, this was just a regular mountain house. I never connected it to the yellow house in any way. I just said it looked similar to this house.
Nisam,
Excuse me, you said,
No, I did not.
didn't you?
nisam rekao da liči.
I didn't say it looked like the yellow house. I said it looked like all these other houses, all these mountain houses. I didn't say it looked like this yellow house. There is a difference between these two things. It was, you could see it there, it was a mountain house, a regular, you could see it anywhere, which looked like that house, which happened to be yellow.
P488.1, 070725. Oh, excuse me, this is point 2, it's part 2, my apologies. Page 5, 19, page 5 to 19 to page 6 to 6, page 6 to line 6. You said, you told the SBO, it kind of like the Yellow House. You told them it looked like the Yellow House, didn't you? That's what you told the SBO of documents that's now in evidence.
A to me daš taj spon.
Well, so what's the issue? It's just Serbian language. You could turn it around any way you want. I didn't say it was that house.
The Marty report that you had read prior to giving your interview to the SPO, didn't you? Didn't you?
Ne, uopšte nije to.
No, that's absolutely not correct. I don't agree with what you're saying at all. I just said that they looked like those houses, that's all.
Ne.
No.
Roof. Do you know?
Koliko znam ima na...
As far as I can recall, I think it was a pitched roof, but I really can't tell. I can't, it was just the plain mountain house with a pitched roof, probably.
That you say you upheld it was a pitched roof, right? Right?
Da, da.
But you do know that
Yes.
Roof, right?
Pa eto, ja govorim o...
Okay, well, I'm talking about,
Ne znam.
I don't know.
Sir, let's move on with your period of time that you were in the basement. And in the basement, you maintained that a knife was put to your throat and that you were otherwise abused. Do you recall that?
Da.
Yes.
Saying, by the way, I mean, again, did you tell this to the local policeman that when you were in the basement, this knife was put to your throat? Did you tell him that?
Jesam onog 28.
Yes, I did, on the 28th of November.
But to your knowledge, there is no further investigation by the investigative judge to investigate this alleged physical assault on you. Isn't that right?
Mene o tome niko nije...
I was not informed about that there was any kind of investigation. I spoke with the police.
What you said to the SPO, and this is at again page 488.1, and the page is page 23, line 1 to 11. Question: and the injuries you suffered and Mr. Dobrich suffered in the incident, and they're talking about in the basement, can you recall any detail? Which of your bodies had been whatever? You answer, it wasn't anything terrible. He slapped me around. Maybe I was red in the face. And there was nothing really major you could see. Did you tell him that?
Da.
Yes.
In the interview that you had in 2012, and this is 2012, P490, and this is at page 9205, you were asked, question, what happened to you in those 16 days? Answer, nothing special happened. We were not mistreated. Our hands were free and we were not blindfolded. Did you tell the investigator that?
Kojih 16 dana vi pričate?
What 16 days are you talking about?
They were referring to the days that you were in the basement after you had been taken from Sedlari.
Ja upravo to...
But that's exactly what I said. We were there, we were free all these 16 days. We even had a candle, and that's, I don't see any contradiction there. Except those 10 minutes or so. After that, we were there just for 16 days. Normally, nobody touched us.
Running over you there. So it is true what you told them, that nothing special happened. We were not mistreated.
Osim kad smo stigli.
Except when we first arrived.
Well, sir, and you're talking about when you first arrived. You first arrived, you say that happened, yet you ultimately told the investigators in 2012 that nothing special happened. That whatever happened with regard to this knife, you considered to be nothing special and that you weren't mistreated, right?
Objection misrepresents the evidence.
Overruled. You can answer.
Ja ponavljam.
I can just repeat. When we arrived, that's what happened. After that, for 16 days, no one laid a hand on us. I don't see what's the contradiction here. The question could also be raised how the question was put to me.
The question was, well, let's move on, sir. I think the point is taken. Let's move on. Now, you then talked about the two policemen that you allegedly saw at this location. And I'll read to you, this is SPO, excuse me, this is 488.3, and for the page reference, it is page 5, line 19 to line, to page 6, line 10. I'm just going to read a portion of it. Now, in this basement, you gave evidence to the SPO about seeing what had happened to these two policemen, right?
Molim da mi objasnite.
What do you mean? Could you please explain? What do you mean about by seeing? Should we continue, or should I explain what I saw?
What you said to the SPO. Very briefly, we came to the basement half an hour later after we were mistreated. I would say very briefly, I won't go into detail here. They took someone on front of the house, and we could see through that little window, could see several of them, and we could see the legs of this young who was in uniform. Now, in your proofing note, which is Exhibit 490, you noted, and this is proofing note 490, 4 to 5 hours later, you saw the legs of a policeman in uniform outside of the window when he was being beaten to 30 minutes to an hour after the KLA brought the two policemen upstairs in the house and beat them for approximately 3 hours. Did you tell them that on 2 different occasions, that you saw through the window the policemen, and that you looked outside the window to see these policemen? Did you tell them that?
Da, upravo sam to.
Yes, that's exactly what I said. A half an hour later, this young man, the policeman, I saw his legs in a blue police uniform, a camouflage uniform. They were beating him. They asked him why he couldn't speak Albanian and such like, and they beat him for about 10 minutes there, and then they returned him to the room next to ours in the basement. And then upstairs, we heard there was another policeman there. So they then beat them for about 3 hours. We heard their screams from upstairs until they showed up to tell us about something, I don't know, up there.
First, and I believe in the interview in December of 2019 about seeing through this little window, right?
Da, toliko.
Yes, it was a small window, some 2 to 3 meters up. You could see something. It was dark, but it was night, but it was light, like night can be in the mountains.
Giving an interview on or about 11th of February 2000, a little over a year later, where you discussed this matter at the Press Center Journalists Association of Serbia, that, how can I say, in disgusting conditions in some basement with no windows. Did you give this interview to the Journalists Association of Serbia where you said there were no windows? A little more than a year after you told this story to the SPO?
Ne, odakle vam to? Kako?
Where did you get that from? What are you saying?
If I can go to DHT 02682. And I was mistaken, it's not an interview so much as it's a press conference. And we're going to play, I'm sorry, and this is in 2020, not 2000. This is posted on 11 February 2020, approximately a little bit more than a year before the first SPO statement. And if we can play, please. I'm not going to play the whole thing, we're just going to play this portion, Judge.
The interpreters have no audio.
And what we're going to play in this is from timestamp 2327 to 2404. And I was mistaken, Mr. Radisevich, excuse me, before we play this. This is a little over 2 months after your interview with the SPO in December of 2019. This is in February of 2020, approximately 2 months later. And let's listen to what you say.
Very soon after that, Obricic and I, because we weren't released right away, right? Well, looking back now, I think it was probably a wrong decision, but at that point in time, it seemed the right thing to do for us to figure out where we were and what our situation was. For 4 days, we were on hunger strike, and then after that, they came to let us know that we were released, that we weren't spies, but that we were captured because we entered the KLA territory without the Machi's permission, and then we were in some mountain, some hills, and we were held in awful conditions. How should I put it? In a basement, no windows. On the ground, there was the floor was just soil. We were there some 15 days.
Super.
Less than 2 months after you had told the SPO about this story, about seeing the police through these windows, you told this press conference that you were being held in some basement with no windows. Didn't you say that?
Super vam je pitanje.
It's an excellent question. Thank you for putting it. No windows means no windows, no glass. There were just bars. I said that to them too. I said that both in 2011 and later. There was no glass pane. There was snow coming in. There were no windows, no glass pane.
Mr. Radisevich, you told the prosecutor that you saw this through a window in December of 2019, and less than 2 months later, in a free discussion at a press conference, you said you were in a basement with no windows.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Ja to kažem.
That's what I said. I said what I said.
Now,
To i neću.
you didn't see these
I won't.
assumed that they were Serb policemen because you had spoken to people in the Serb law enforcement after you were released. Isn't that right?
Objection, compound question.
Compound profound question. It's a pretty simple question.
Overruled. You can answer the question. You want to repeat it, please, Mr. Keel?
Sure. Mr. Radicevich, you came to your assumption or gave this evidence about these two policemen because you had received some information from the local police after your release that some policemen had been abducted. Isn't that right?
Yes, that part is correct, yes.
In fact, upon your release, and in the exhibit that we saw yesterday, I believe it was P93, your colleague, Mr. Dobricic, was asked about other people, and he said, I didn't see anyone detained here, and I didn't see anyone detained on this, it's either side. He told them that, isn't it? Didn't he?
What he said, that's his problem. I claim that we did not see anyone except those two police officers. When I said saw, we saw someone being beaten. We saw it through this little window. And then later they beat this guy upstairs. They said, oh, you're an elderly man, and this befell you. And then they asked this young man what his role was in the police, or why he was in the police. So based on all that, I understood that these were two police officers. After that, when I was with these people on the 28th, that's what you're asking me about, I mentioned there that there had been two police there. And from them, I heard that the only two policemen that had been abducted were these two men. That's why I said that they told me. I didn't say that I watched how they, or whatever it is that I said, that this was their police assessment, that these two men were in fact the two police who had been abducted. But in the meantime, I didn't see anyone else.
Mr. Radicevich, you would agree with me that evidence concerning the beating of Serbian police officers is a very serious matter, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely.
I absolutely agree. That's why I said I saw and heard how they beat a young man, a policeman. And based on what they talked about with them, oh, what did you this and this?
So you agree it's a serious matter, yes or no?
Apsolutno se slažem.
Absolutely, I absolutely agree. That's why I said this based on what I know. And that's what I said. I said that the police assumed that these were the same two police officers. That's what I said. And it is serious.
You had spoken to the local police on the 28th of November. No investigative judge, according to your testimony, ever called you in to inquire about what you had seen and what you had heard about alleged beatings of two Serb police officers. Is that your testimony?
Objection asked and answered.
Not with regard to this.
Overruled. Answer. You may answer.
Ja vam tvrdim.
I state and repeat that I was never asked anything about this from them. Whether the police did their job or not, that's their problem. But I wasn't asked about this, whether they had found these two men. But I think these were the two men who were killed, based on what they said later. But I
28.
am telling you based on what I know, but that I was never asked anything. After these people from EULEX, nobody asked anything anymore.
Case been filed concerning, based on your information given to the police, that regarding the beating of these two police officers, to your knowledge?
Ja, maar opet kažem da nemam.
I'm telling you once again that I have no idea about this.
He's
Understood.
answered that several
I'm moving on
times.
to this next subject. Now, you then talk about being in the barracks, where again, you were allegedly assaulted with a knife. Is that right?
Ne, malo ste.
No, I think you, how would I put it? I'm not saying that you are mistaken. I certainly wasn't, but I mean, you could read it out more precisely or whatever. I wouldn't like to offend you at all. It was not like that in this hut that we were in. In the hut, they treated us nicely. On that day, while we were in a hut, it was better than in Sedlare, and nobody mistreated us. We spent one day there, one night and one day. We could wash. I shaved there. We washed our socks. It was warm. New blankets were there. Everything was prepared for 10 or 12 people. Everything was fine and nice, so that had nothing to do with any knife or any violence. Nothing happened there. Now, if there was some confusion about this there, I apologize to everyone present. May I continue? All right, super.
Basement.
So after the basement, after the stay in the basement, they came in the evening and they took us 1 to 1.5 kilometers that we had to cross on foot, blindfolded. Our hands were not tied and we were carrying our bags, which we had received from the ICRC while we were still in Sedlare. After a kilometer to a kilometer and a half, walking through snow and so on, it lasted a while. We came to these wooden houses or huts, what would I call them, and there was a Kaylee soldier, there was a young man who was wearing jeans and he had a camouflage jacket. Can I go on? May I?
You're now saying to you that when you were in this area before you were released, that you were not mistreated at all. Is that right?
If we could just have clarification about which area before he's released we're talking about.
Agreed.
Tell us about the areas you were in before you were released, sir. Were you abused in any area that you were in after the basement and before your release? Were you in an area?
Da, pa
Yes.
In any area?
na drugoj, ne u Baracu.
In another one, not here in the last location, there is this part of the story that they transported us in a tractor, driving us for about 3 hours. That was later, after our stay in these huts. We spent one night in this hut, and then for 4 or 5 days we were in the last place. And the hut was a kind of intermezzo. I don't know how else I could put it. That's where we washed and we spent a whole day nicely in a warm room. And in the evening a man came, one of them, a man, he put us in a tractor, and in this open tractor they took us to the last place, and I have no idea which place that was, and nor could I even guess.
The question is, in both of these locations, you were not abused. Is that your testimony?
Na tom drugom mjestu.
In the second place, the second location, may I clarify, we arrived there at about 3, 4, 5 a.m. in the tractor. The day was dawning, and you should take into account it was in November, so I'm not sure what time it was, but after about 3 hours drive through snow in a tractor, we came from the huts to another location. It was quite a big place which we could see during the next several days. They put us in a house, took us upstairs, and in that place, in that room, there were 5 or 6 members of the Kosovo Liberation Army who were sleeping there. A commander and another guy woke them up and made them leave the room. And then, yes, please.
In that location or not? Yes or no?
To bi se na engleskom reklo sort of.
In English, you could say sort of. So, sort of, yes.
Ja mogu sad da kažem kako i zašto?
May I now explain how and why, sort of, or yes, in a way?
To.
Yes, precisely, precisely. I've attempted to explain. They accommodated us in that room. It was a big room. There were many blankets, even a few pillows. When you entered the room, on the right-hand side, they put Dobricic, and I lay or sat in the middle of the room. The room was quite big, 4 to 5 meters. I lay in the middle of the room, looking directly towards the door. On that day, nothing happened, except that the man who received us there, if I may put it like that, he asked us if we'd like to have coffee. We got food twice. Everything was okay. On the next day, or the day after, but the next day in the morning, the next day, the following day, we could hear some noise and voices, and somebody was coming upstairs towards the room we were in. And then 5 to 6 men from the KLA burst into the room. As soon as they got in, 1 or 2 saw Kicha on the right-hand side, and they began to kick him, or something, but not or something. They began to kick him. They yelled at him, and the 3 others started towards me. They took my blanket and uncovered me. Have I made myself clear up to this point? I hope I have.
Ja.
I'm explaining this to you now. He saw my white socks that were clean. I was clean-shaven. So, conditionally speaking, I was all spick and span, not as if I was going out to spend the night in a town, but I was all clean and with clean socks. And there was a distance of around 3 meters between them and me. One put his hand on his pistol, the other one on his knife. They were cursing, and they started towards me. But I could see that this one man was their boss, whatever he may have been. And then I jumped up and stood with my back against the wall, and I said we were gazetari, that is to say, in Albanian, journalists. We're journalists from Pristina. The same second, he said something in Albanian, commanding them to stop. The other 2 men let Kicha alone, and he told me literally in Serbian, "Are you Radošević?" "Yes, I am." "Well, all right, Radošević, why didn't you say that immediately?" And I said, "Well, here I'm telling you now."
Just the time. So you're saying that in the second location, you were not physically abused, correct?
Kažem osim Kić,
Well, I'm saying except for what they did to Kicha, and perhaps if I didn't say who I was, and I did say I was a journalist, but this is why I'm explaining that I call this as an incident, because Kicha got kicked a few times, but nobody laid a hand on me because there was no time, and because we sorted things out. And then he said, all right, you are Radošević, all right, your father is a football player, right, yes, he is, and so on.
You do recall from the tape
niko me nije bio, eto.
But nobody beat me there.
yesterday in the tape that was played, and we can play it again, I believe it was Exhibit 93, that Mr. Dobricic told the media when you were released that you had not been mistreated. Do you recall that?
Pa ja to upravo sve pričam da je bilo.
That's exactly what I was saying. It was, for the most part, correct. That was the way he put it, too. For the most part, correct. I don't see there's a big difference between what I said and what he said. He put it that way, and then we left. I'm saying all along that it was correct for the most part, the way they treated us. And I think we are telling the same story. Correct for the most part. There we had this incident where he put the gun in my mouth, and then there was this other man with a knife, and the third potential incident. As far as I'm concerned, I think that the way we were treated was, for the most part, correct. Well, correct. But here I am, still alive.
That you were not mistreated, right?
Ne slažem se.
I don't agree. Correct for the most part, and this is not the same, that we were not mistreated. It's not the same. For the most part, correct.
Ambassador Walker, that you were not mistreated, didn't you? I'm referring to paragraph 19 of SPO statement. Didn't you? You told Ambassador Walker that you weren't mistreated. Right?
Nisam rekao tako da nas nisu zaslovljali.
I didn't say that we weren't mistreated. Can you read out what exactly I said? I could have said that it was decent or that it was correct for the most part, something like that. But you should also realize that they let me go home. It was correct for the most part. I didn't even know where I was, what was happening outside, whether there was any shooting going on, whether the war was raging. So my logic was sit down there and be quiet until you realize what's going on in Kosovo and in Serbia and so on and so forth. And I told him, for the most part correct or for the most part decent. And if I need to repeat this, for 11, 12 years until 2011, I didn't tell anything to anyone. And then there was this discussion. Then I told them that there were incidents, and until then I didn't tell anyone anything. Nobody asked me anything, and I didn't feel like saying anything. I didn't want to. So for the most part, correct, as far as I'm concerned. And so my, for the most part, correct, and your interpretation of for the most part correct seems not to be exactly the same. It seems to be a matter of perspective. Thank you.
Ambassador Walker, in your discussions with Ambassador Walker, that you had not been mistreated. Isn't that accurate?
No, nisam rekao da nas nisu izlostavljeni, nego sam rekao da.
No, I didn't say that I had not been mistreated, but it was for the most part correct. This is one thing and this is another, but we didn't discuss it so much. We talked about completely different things. He gave me a satellite phone to make a phone call and to call Tanjug and other things. I was rather interested in the political situation. I mean, political. Were we going home? When? What was the situation like? Was there a war or not? Was there any shooting from one side to the other? How were you treated? We were treated as we were.
Good idea.
Now, you were asked, sir, about questions, and these are questions by the SPO in 488.2 about who you knew. And I'm going to read for you this is at part 2. Again, this is 488.2, page 10, line 4 to 23. The question is, can I ask you if you ever investigated or inquired about the people from the KLA who detained you? I mean, try to find their identities and names. Answer, no. Just the one guy I mentioned, so-called Bashota. He is the one that released me. By the way, you do realize that it was Adam Damachi who ordered Bashota to release you. Do you know that?
Ne znam otkud bi znao.
No, I don't know that. How would I know that?
One guy I mentioned, so-called Bashota. He is the one that released me. And I knew the name. Who knew the Serbian guy, the guy who knew the Serbian language, who stopped me? And what I know that Thaçi was the Drenets commander, because I was there. And you have to take in consideration, this is 1998, and that the people we knew at the time were Suleiman Salimi, Sultan, Yakub Krasniqi, that was the political commissar, and the commander of Potacheva, what was his name, Rama? Question, Remy.
The council is kindly asked to read slowly for the purpose of interpretation. We don't have the text. Thank you.
My apologies. Answer, Remy, yes. Those were the famous or well-known names at the time. And I heard about Thaçi, for example, only when I came out and there was a warrant for him. Hashim Thaçi, known as the Snake. And then with the time, the other names started coming out. For example, Limai and Haradina. Yes, we dealt with a lot as journalists, but they were simply the names that we knew at the time. This is continuing on same exhibit, page 488.2 at 11, lines 1 to 5. Do you understand that any of those, let's call them leading figures, you encountered them personally during your detention? That is what I tried to tell you. I simply cannot state that. So, you had not, to your knowledge, seen any of these individuals during your detention, had you?
Evo ga I lepo piše, baš tako.
Well, that's how it reads. Precisely so.
Kažem,
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I didn't see any of them there. As far as I know, I didn't see them. I mean, I did not see any one of them there, at least not that I'm aware of it.
You know that Thaçi was not the Drenica commander. You know that, don't you?
čekajte ovako.
Well, wait a little. Just a moment. Excuse me, just to see, not what it says here, but whether it's translated correctly and everything else. What I said, let me not say that it was, I heard about Selimi, who was a relative of Adem Yashari, then Sokol Bashota, Jakub Krasniqi, Adem Demachi, Remi as the commander of Podujevo, at least that's what we knew. As for Mr. Thaçi, as a commander or whatever, not even Drenica, but as a general commander of the KLA, I heard of him first when the police publicly singled out Mr. Thaçi as the commander of the Kosovo Liberation Army and not Drenica. I don't know how this turned out to be Drenica. So I'm telling you, the first time I heard about this gentleman was at some later point, I had already been released, and when the police issued an arrest warrant saying that he was the main man and that there were 4 or 5 his subordinates, Haradina, Lima, whoever the others were, and he was at the top, it seems to me. He was at the top, and there was his photo.
Se razumeli, molim?
So I hope we managed to understand each other.
It's a commander, was he?
Objection Foundation.
Overruled. He can answer if he knows.
Pa nema nikakvih saznanja. Otkud?
I had no knowledge about that. How would I know whether Hashim Thaçi was the commander of Drenica at the time or not? I know Hashim Thaçi from the arrest warrant as a KLA commander. It was an arrest warrant that was published in all the newspapers. I did not receive it personally, I want to say, once that it was made public. And then later on he went as a commander somewhere. Sorry.
Correctly. We don't need a lot of explanation after the fact unless you feel it's necessary, but please ask for permission.
All right.
Thaçi, did you?
Jesam jutro.
Yes, yesterday. I mean, the first time I saw the gentleman was yesterday.
I met the man before. Now,
Tako je.
That's right.
before, you never seen him during the detention, right? During your detention, right?
Tako je.
That's right.
About Thaçi, or you discussed Thaçi in the transcript that I just spoke about, which is in P488.2, where you were talking about these leaders, and this was in your discussion with the SPO in December of 2019. That's what I just read you, right?
All right.
Prior discussion with the SPO, and even before that, going back to your discussions with investigators in 2011, or your investigators' discussions in 2012, or your interviews at Vice in 2018, and this discussion with the SPO in 2019, you never said anything about Major General, your relative, Major General Dusan Samardzic, telling you about an intercept between Damaci and Thaçi, did you?
Jesam ja pomenuo svojim.
I did mention it to my folks, my family. As for the rest, I don't remember that I ever said that in public.
Ask you again. You never said it in 2011 interview. You never said it in the 2012 interview. You never said it in the 2019 SPO interview that we've admitted into evidence as 488. You never said it in the Vice interview that we've admitted into evidence as Exhibit P494. You never said in any of those interviews that this General Samardzic told you about an intercept between Thaçi and Damaci. You never said that, did you?
Tako je.
That's right.
Brought this up was in an interview on the 6th of October of 2023, some 4 days ago. Is that right?
Tako je.
That's right.
And this General Damacic, who's a relative of yours, was a pretty important figure in Kosovo when you were the tenured journalist in Kosovo, Pristina, wasn't he?
Tako je.
That's right.
to General Samardzic during the period of time when he was in command of the VJ during 1998, didn't you?
Negdje ili decembar ili...
At some point in December 98 or January 1999, at some point around the new year.
About the entire time you were there, and General Samardzic was in command of the Yugoslav forces in Pristina. You spoke to General Samardzic during that period of time, and you told him what you were seeing in the field, didn't you?
Mi smo se vidjeli
We met in Niš, as I told you, around the new year, and then we didn't see each other. I met him once again in the building of the Interim Executive Council when there was a big event and the whole political leadership was gathered there, and that was it.
Mr. Radosevich, your relative, General Samardzic, was a Yugoslav military officer with responsibility in Kosovo up till the end of 1998 when many of these events were taking place. Isn't that right?
možda i 99. ne znam.
Perhaps also in 1999. I'm not sure exactly until which point he held this office, but yes, it doesn't really matter. Yes, he was there, that's true.
I can tell you that he was replaced by General Potkovic early 1999. for your
Pavković,
reference.
da.
Pavković, right. Well, there.
Samardzic was in command. You were a Tanjud reporter traveling around Kosovo through 1996, 1997, 1998, right?
Opet 6. Dobro, i?
All right, and?
Sir, that during that period of time, you were reporting to the Yugoslav army what you, as a Tanjud reporter, were seeing in the field, didn't you? Didn't you?
Ne.
No.
Testimony is that you have this close relative in the Yugoslav army who's seeking information about the KLA, and you're traveling all around Kosovo, and you are the KLA guy for Tanjud, but you are not providing any information to your relative or to his subordinates throughout this period of time. Is that your testimony about what you see? Is that your testimony?
Upravo to.
Yes, precisely so. Why would he seek information from me?
For yourself, sir. Now, this alleged intercept that you saw, that General Samardzic told you about, you never saw this intercept, did you?
Kako misliš da ga vidi?
What do you mean, see it? You mean in some written form or what?
Did you see it in a written form? Did he let you hear it? Did he give you a report on it? Did he tell you anything? Did he give you any piece of paper that verified this report about...
Nije samo mi
Excuse me,
rekao,
let me
rekao...
finish.
No, he just told me. He told me that there were two things noted there. That he had an informer in Sedle who used to come to Pristina, and then he mentioned that the telephone conversation of Mr. Thaçi was intercepted, and that was the whole story.
Do you realize, did General Samardzic tell you when this intercept took place?
Nije mi specifično.
No, he did not specify the date for me.
That President Thaçi was not even in Kosovo at the time of your release and that he had left Kosovo by mid-November of 1998? Do you know that?
Pa ne znam, ja govorim.
No, I don't know. I'm telling you that he told me that the telephone conversation was intercepted. Now, where they were holding this conversation, that's something that I don't know. I'm just conveying to you what this man had told me.
As to where President Thaçi was on the day when you were released, do you?
Apsolutno.
Absolutely not. I've been saying so all along. I don't know the man.
That it was, in fact, Adam Damaci who ordered your release, and he ordered Sokol Bishota to release you. You have no knowledge of that either, is that right?
Ma ne znam zašto bi...
I don't know why I would know what Demaci told Sokol Bashota.
Last question that I'm reminded of, sir, concerning your contact with Mr. Thaçi. And you said in your interview, and this is 1488 part 488.2 at page 10, line 18 to 20. You said that I only learned about Thaçi only when I came out. There wasn't a warrant for him. Thaçi, Hashim Thaçi was the snake. Now, you learned about Thaçi after this arrest warrant came out. Do I have your chronology correct?
Da.
Yes.
Learned about Thaçi when the arrest warrant came out. Is that right?
Da, tačno.
Yes, that was the first time I heard of Mr. Thaçi as such.
This arrest warrant came out before your conversation with General Samardzic in, what, December, January of 1998 and 1999?
Pa ne znam kad je tačno.
Well, I don't know exactly when the arrest warrant was issued. I really don't remember.
First time you heard about Thaçi, and I can read it, only when it came out that there was an arrest warrant for him. Again, this is P48.2, page 10, lines 18 to 20. That's what you told the SPO, right? The first time you heard about Thaçi is when the arrest warrant came out,
Dobro.
right?
Da.
All right, yes.
I'm not one to put words in your mouth.
Da.
As such, yes, yes. And that's it.
You heard about this arrest warrant before you had this alleged conversation about the intercept with your cousin, General Samardzic.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled. Answer the question.
Ama to ne tvrdim.
Well, I'm not asserting that it might have been some time before or later. I don't know if the arrest warrant was issued before or after this conversation, and I think it doesn't really matter. It's all the same. I think the arrest warrant was issued before, but I can't remember the date. I did not sit at home and try to compare all the dates. I've come here to tell you all I know, and this is what I'm saying.
Gratefully, because I will put this to you, sir, and I will put this to you. The first time that you ever mentioned this conversation with General Samardzic was 4 days ago. You told the SPO that the first time you had ever heard of Mr. Thaçi was when the arrest warrant came out for him. And I put to you, sir, that the arrest warrant for President Thaçi came out in March of 1999. Months after your alleged conversation with General Samardzic, where he told you about this conversation between, alleged conversation between Thaçi and Thaçi. So I trust you understand the importance of this chronology. Do you not?
Sve razumem.
I understand. Yes, yes, I understand.
Thaçi was in March of 1999. You never had this conversation that you came up with 3 days ago or 4 days ago with the SPO concerning your discussion
Listen,
in December and January of 1998 and 1999, did you?
Ili januar.
or January, whatever. Yes, that's exactly what I'm telling you. I know what General Samardzic told me. Probably Mr. Thaçi didn't mean much to me at the time, and I said that officially I heard of him when, Thaçi was more interesting to me at the moment than the man we are discussing right now. And I know about Mr. Thaçi from the arrest warrant. If it was issued in March, fine, then it was in March. But honestly, I thought it had been issued earlier, but I don't really remember.
Judge, I understand it's 11 o'clock. Yes, Ron.
We will break now. We will take a break for a half hour. You'll be back here at 11:30. Please join the court usher.
Just in the interest of time, Judge, I have a little bit, tiny bit more or nothing, and I'll just decide on the break.
So we're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Some more?
No, Judge, I just, in the interest of not cluttering up the record, I have the exhibits.
Oh, you've
that-
already cluttered it
Well,
up.
you know, further, how about, in the interest of making the record a little leaner, how's that? I have a lot of exhibits, but as I look through them, there's a lot of extraneous material. For instance, you know, the video that we had, that press conference goes on for God knows how long. And what I'd like to do is, with leave of the court, just take a little bit more time to narrow down exactly what we're proposing as evidence in this matter with regard to this witness, and then, once we have that honed down, resubmit it to the court for admission.
Fine, and please run it by the prosecution before it gets to us.
Of course. It
And
just
don't
seems-
wave things around in the courtroom.
You don't like that, Judge?
I did it one time and revealed a confidential name, so don't do it.
I apologize. I was told by the court officer that I did that, and I do apologize. It's just in the spirit of cross-examination, these things happen. But in addition to that, I'm sure your honors will be glad to hear that I have no further questions.
Okay. Madam Usher, you may bring the witness in. We are in public session.
Oh.
Well, you have questions.
I was going to
Pardon me?
thank the witness and tell
Oh,
him I
that's
have no
fine.
further
Well,
questions.
let me get him in here first. All right, witness. Mr. Keogh is, go ahead, Mr. Keogh.
Mr. Radisovich, thank you very much for coming. I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, from the Thaçi defense,
We have no questions, Your
all
Honor.
right.
Hvala.
Thank you.
All right, Mr.
I do have some questions.
Ellis,
Your
yes, go ahead.
Honor. Good morning, witness. My name's Aidan Ellis. I'm representing Mr. Jakub Krasniqi. I have a few questions for you this morning. I think we can probably get through in 15, 20 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
The break, witness. Mr. Kehoe read you a passage from your prosecution interview about the names that you knew in the Kosovo Liberation Army. And you said there that you mentioned Jakub Krasniqi was the political commissioner. Do you remember saying that? Do you remember that being drawn to your attention just before the break?
Da, okay.
Yes, okay. All right.
You hadn't actually met Mr. Krasniqi personally, had you?
Ne.
No.
Da,
Publicly.
tačno.
Yes, that's correct. It's correct that I have not met him.
Okay, okay.
Okay, okay.
It was known publicly, wasn't it, that Mr. Krasniqi was the spokesperson of the KLA?
Je pa tako neko politički komeksa.
Yes, something of the kind. A political commissar or a spokesman, something like Mr. Demaci, or one was maybe a political representative and the other was the spokesman, something of the kind.
He was known in press statements by his own name, Jakub Krasniqi, not a nickname.
Ja ga znam kao Jakub Krasniqi, ne znam.
I knew him as Jakub Krasniqi. I'm not aware of any nicknames.
Speaking to the prosecution, correct?
Pa da, čovjek ga zna, mislim čovjek ga zna.
Yes, I knew him from the media. Nothing more or less than that. I just knew that a Mr. Jakub Krasniqi existed who was a spokesman or something, just like you put it.
I understand, thank you. Now, speaking about the press statements at the time, you understand as a journalist, don't you, that not every statement made by a party to a conflict is necessarily true. That's right, isn't it?
Pa, naravno.
Yes, of course. I mean, it should be like that, and it is like that.
At the time, statements by the KLA tended to exaggerate their level of organisation, didn't they?
Pretpostavljam.
I suppose so.
The way you put it when you were interviewed to the prosecution, and for those following, this is P488.2, page 18. Sorry, page 19, I think, by this point. And what you said there was they had some statements in the media where they tried to show that something existed, that there was some kind of court. And what you were saying there was that there was exaggeration in the statements about the level of organisation. That's it, isn't it?
Tako nekako, da.
That's right, yes.
Now, I don't want to go back over in great detail through what you've said already this morning, witness, about your treatment at the different places where you were detained. We've listened carefully to what you said earlier. What you said is that, for the most part, the treatment of you was correct. That's right, isn't it?
Objection misrepresents the evidence. The witness was quite clear that that he stated that there was a number of different incidents.
I'm going to sustain the objection. You might want to ask the question more specifically about times.
Well, witness, you said, and I think these were your words, for the most part it was correct. That's right, isn't it?
Uglavnom.
Yes, for the most part.
You say that you were in 4 different locations. Is that right? Have I counted correctly?
Da.
Yes. Yes.
You encountered a number of different people who had contact with you, correct?
Da.
Yes.
Who treated you politely. That's right, isn't it?
Po onome što sam mogao da vidim, da.
Judging by what I could see, yes. Simply, yes, sure, let me not be someone to evaluate. There were educated people. You could see that some of them were educated, others were not. But yes, there were educated people too. I mean, of course, yes, why wouldn't there be any?
Treated you well, and some were bullies who treated you less well. That's it, isn't it?
No,
Of course.
So, for example, when you were first detained and taken, you say to Sedlar Shella, there were 2 people who took you there, correct?
mislim, odolo nas je više.
There were more of them. There would be several in each car, but we can count that there were 2 men who took us there. There were 2 who communicated and talked with us, so that is correct, yes.
Who communicated with you, talked with you. One of them was polite and asked you questions in a very polite manner, and the other one behaved arrogantly and insulted you. That's right, isn't it?
Da, drugi.
Yes. The other one was simply not pleasant. That's how I would put it. I think that describes it best.
Different people behaving differently in the circumstances at the time. That's it, isn't it?
Tako je.
That's right.
Tako je.
That's right.
Thank you, witness. We were even shorter than I expected.
Redirect.
Hvala vama.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think maybe about 10 or 15 minutes redirect. Mr. Radosevich, I'd like to start by pulling up an exhibit that you were shown by the defense, and if the court officer could please call up DHT 02672. It's the single-page document. And this was addressed earlier today, I think in the draft transcript, around page 29.
If I can interrupt just 1 second, just for ease of this, counsel, it may be easier, Judge, if we just had moved this into evidence at this point. That's, I don't think, the documents that we were talking about that need some cleaning up. It just might be easier if we have a number for this and you can address it accordingly. Yes,
You're
sir.
tendering it. Any objection?
No objection.
All right. DHT 02672 is admitted and will be assigned a number.
Your Honor, that will be Exhibit 1D52.
Thank you.
And you explained earlier today that some of the roads that you traveled on were not paved, and that you also stopped a number of times. If you take a look, actually, if you could scroll up a bit, I believe that there is a little bit at the top of the document that we can't see right now. Yes. Mr. Witness, do you see the date at the top left of that map where it indicates that it was produced on the 7th of October, 2023?
There we go.
Yes, here it is.
And do you know whether the roads in Kosovo in 1998 were in the same condition that they were a couple of days ago?
Pa stvarno ne znam.
I really don't know. I couldn't say that. Probably something changed in the course of 25 years.
The one point, the period of time that you estimated that you were discussing that it took to travel from one location to the other, did you have any sort of timekeeping device that you were going by, or were you estimating that time?
Ne, nisam imao naravno.
No, of course I didn't have a watch, nor did I ask anyone. It was simply that I judged it for myself. I guess I knew how much time had passed. It may have been an hour and a half or two or thereabouts. We did not drive for half a day, nor just 20 minutes, so it was a while, and my estimate is that it was around 2 hours.
Time or nighttime when you were traveling?
Uveć.
In the evening.
Able to see during the drive?
Ne, imali smo poveze preko.
No, we were blindfolded.
Yes.
And our hands were tied as well at that time.
Was it a peaceful drive, or did anything occur during the drive to cause you concern or fear?
Mislim, mirno kažem, osim što je.
Peaceful, except that once in a while they would stop, they talked with someone, they cursed our Serbian mothers, there were a few threats voiced by somebody, so a couple of times they stopped, they had a chat with someone, and they shouted these things at us, not by the individuals who were with us in the car, but by those others who were outside.
I'd like to refer to the statement of yours that's been admitted at P 488.2. That's page 2, lines 4 to 10. And this is what you stated at that time, Mr. Witness, that there was verbal abuse and cursing, and so when they were moving us from Sedlare to that basement and so on, where other members of the KLA have been banging on the car, who would say they would like to blow us up, to shoot at us, to kill us, and so on, close quote. Is that accurate?
Metron blon, ako ćemo baš na albanskom srednju.
With a shape-charged grenade, if we want to be precise, that they would perhaps shoot that at us to blow us up. And yes, there were insults and curses on these 2 or 3 occasions when we stopped.
You mentioned that you were blindfolded. Do you know exactly what route you took from Sedlare to the second location?
Pa ne znam kako.
No, I don't know. How could I know? Because I was blindfolded.
That you did not take the route that is indicated on the document in front of you?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation. Can answer that question.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Mislim, nemam pojma koji su.
I really have no idea which route we took. This is the first time I see this. How will I know how you get from Sedlare to Klečka if that's where we got? I really don't know. I mean, I could only say if I was really familiar with the roads between various villages in Kosovo, and I'm not.
This topic, you mentioned that you stopped on the way. Did you stop one time, multiple times? Are you able to give an estimate of how many times you stopped on the way?
2 ili 3, znači bilo je više.
2 or 3 times, more than once for sure, 2 or 3.
Underneath this document, court officer. Mr. Radosevic, you were also presented yesterday with certain allegations regarding Mr. Dobricic engaging in fighting and arms supplies in the early 1990s outside of Kosovo. And you described, both in your testimony and the statements that have been admitted, the topics that you were questioned on in Sedlare, that the only time you stated that you were questioned. So just for the record, the allegations that were put to you that you stated clearly you knew nothing about, were those ever put to you by the KLA in questioning when you were held in Sedlare?
Objection, Joe. It's irrelevant. Whether or not the KLA knew that he was a spy or they were spies or not, it's a matter of whether or not there's a combatants and whether the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that they were not. It's irrelevant as to what the KLA knew or didn't know. It's the issue of whether or not they've proven beyond a reasonable doubt that these two were civilians and not combatants, and they haven't.
Were any questions put to you in Sedlare when you were questioned by the KLA about Mr. Dobricic potentially engaging in any sort of fighting or arms supplies in areas outside of Kosovo in the early 1990s?
Ajmo ovako, pošto su oni.
Let me put it this way. Because they discussed this in the meantime, and I heard the conversation, what the one and the other said, but perhaps if you could repeat the question.
You have told us that you were questioned a single time in Sedlare, and you've told us some of the topics that you were questioned on. My question to you is, when you were questioned by the KLA, did they ever ask you about these events that you heard the Thaçi defense asking you about regarding the allegations that Mr. Dobricic was previously engaged in fighting or in arms supplies? You've already stated that you don't know anything about those specific allegations.
Ne znam ništa.
I do not know anything, and the KLA did not question me about that.
When you had a chance to speak with Mr. Dobricic about the questioning that he was subject to by the KLA, did he mention to you that they had asked him about any of those events?
Naravno da mi to ništa nije rekao.
Of course not. He never told me anything about that, and I think I've stated a million times here that what was discussed was politics and Milosevic, and that was what he told me. Now, what he actually discussed with them, I don't know. I know what he told me, and for sure I didn't ask the KLA members what they questioned him about. So, to round it off, he never told me anything about this.
Given any opportunity to address any allegations of that sort regarding Mr. Dobricic, either before a judge or in a court, in regards to your detention or your conviction?
Znači već sam rekao, jedno
I've already said I was questioned once by the police on the 28th of November when I was released. Your colleagues interviewed me, I mean, counsel or whatever, in 2011, 2012, and when we met this year. No one ever mentioned this to me, what Mr. Kihu touched on, if I got his name right, Mr. Kihu, nor did anyone question me about the events related to that. So I simply don't know. I could say that here I heard about this for the first time, and the documents relating to that, how would I know? And that's it. No one ever questioned me about that. We talked about what happened. I said that he was together with me, and that was that.
I'd like to move on to a slightly different topic. And if court officer could pull up P494, please. This is the Vice article, page 5 in the English, and I believe the relevant page is page 7 in the Serbian. Now, Mr. Radosevic, you may remember that earlier today, you were asked about the statement in there regarding your claim that there was, quote, no physical violence. Do you recall being asked about that?
Dobro.
All right.
A bit farther down on the page where you also describe, quote, on the fourth day, a group of 4 or 5 of them stormed in, led by one of the KLA commanders. I wouldn't be able to recognize them now as I didn't have my glasses by that time. The commander came into the room shouting very aggressively, and he shoved the barrel of a Thompson gun into my mouth, then against my eye, then into my mouth again. He forced me to shout KLA while pointing with his finger at the emblem on his uniform. It is an understatement to say that it was unpleasant, close quote. And Mr. Radosevic,
Interpreter's note, we don't have the corresponding text in Serbian.
I apologize. I believe that's the correct page in the Serbian, this page 7. If I can proceed.
You can, if they don't have it, you have to read a lot slower.
Understood, and I'm done reading, so I hope that corrects the issue. And Mr. Radosevic,
Okay, razumeli smo se.
Yes, it's all right. I've understood you, and this is what I said. It's right. He burst into the room. He put the barrel of the gun in my mouth. Then he pointed it at my chest. He made me shout, UCK, UCK, and that was the whole story. I've told it already.
and then finally, I'd like to ask you, earlier today, you were asked a question about Mr. Dobricic's statement in the video that we saw when he was, when both of you were released, and he said that for the most part, the treatment was okay, and that he hadn't seen anyone detained. I'd like to ask you about your mental state at that time. Did you feel in that moment that you were free to be critical of the KLA?
Može jedno pojašnjenje?
Could I just ask for a clarification on your part? Please, what do you mean by a critical attitude?
To talk about persons who had the abuse that you had suffered in the time that you were detained. in that moment when you were released?
Zato smo i rekli da je uglavnom
That's why we said that it was correct for the most part, that there may have been something, but we left it at that. I didn't want to specify. Then, until the first time when your colleagues came to ask me, and at that time, it certainly never even crossed my mind to say that someone abused me in that way or that. I was in there, didn't know what was happening in Pristina, whether there was any shooting going on, and it was not in my interest simply to say, well, this man beat me up and this man put a gun into my mouth and so on and so forth. So this is why I said what I did, and I know what I said at the press conference. I said it was for the most part correct. There were a few incidents, not everything was very pleasant, but that's how it was. Afraid or not afraid, but I was not crazy for sure to expose myself in this manner the very second when I was released. It's difficult to say whether I was exactly afraid, but I didn't want to speak openly about all of this, and I don't see it as a problem. I wonder if I got your question right and if I provided a sufficient answer.
Right, and I have no further questions.
Thank you,
Your Honor.
So that was it. All right, thank you.
May I follow up just briefly, Judge,
On what subject?
on the two subjects that that the SBO just brought up?
All right.
Witness, you noted that you didn't mention anything about Dobricic's activities before you were asked by me yesterday and today, but you knew full well when you were reviewed the opening statement by the by the Thaçi defense that there was information about Dobricic's activities in Croatia and Serbia, didn't you?
Objection, foundation, and misrepresents the evidence. The witness stated that he did not review the opening statement.
Sustained.
He in fact sent a screenshot to the SPO that came from the opening statement, right? So you knew that the
Wait a second, we don't have an answer.
Isn't that right?
Did you receive a screenshot
No, did he send a screenshot?
of the opening statement? Well, if he didn't receive it, it doesn't amount to anything.
I agree, Judge. I misspoke. He got the screenshot and he gave it to the SPO.
Maybe we could have the document on the screen and then we could address what exactly the counsel was referring to
Well, you have it.
for everyone's benefit.
You have it. I mean, the SPO has it. It hasn't been disclosed yet. You have it.
Yes, and when you were questioning him about it yesterday, it was put on the screen, and I think, Your Honors, that it could also be put on the screen today.
Well, we can put it on the screen. It's 11-11-248 to 11-2750. You, in fact, did send a screenshot to the SPO, didn't you?
Ja ovdje ne vidim ništa.
I don't see anything here. 7 may be explained, W8388. I don't know what this is.
Prior page, please. Isn't that the screenshot that you sent to
Just
the
a
SPO?
moment. Okay.
Just a moment, okay?
And that's at 11-11-2749.
Dobro.
All right.
A screenshot of the Thaçi defense's opening statement to the SPO prior to your testimony. So you knew that the defense of President Thaçi had information about Dobricic's military activities and criminal activities in Croatia and Bosnia-Herzegovina. You knew that, didn't you?
Objection, misrepresents the evidence.
Izvinite, gde-
The screenshot is of a show with a single page that has nothing in that regard.
Excuse me, this is, ask the question if he knew it.
It
Whether or
doesn't-
not it satisfies the SPO is irrelevant.
Is there something in the screenshot that mirrors what you're saying to him?
What I'm saying to you, Judge, is that he's monitoring this, talking about the detention of the two Serb journalists, and in this discussion is a discussion about
Jesam
Dobricic's activities.
Where did I?
Knew that the Thaçi defense had information about Dobricic's criminal activities.
Ask him if he knew.
Yeah, you knew before you came here to testify that the defense, the Thaçi defense, had information about Dobricic's criminal activities in Bosnia-Herzegovina and Croatia, didn't you?
Ajmo iz početka.
Let's start from the beginning. I sent this to them, and I explained once already, Your Honor. You've also said that I already explained it once. It's not mentioned here. Is Mr. Dobricic mentioned at all? The two of us are mentioned at a talk show on Radio Television of Serbia. I sent it to them to tell them, look, I didn't even know that indictment was public as this and that anyone could see it. You are now telling me that I was following the indictment. I have no idea. I wasn't following it. I wasn't listening to the opening statement, nor did I pay attention to what the indictment included. This is all I know in connection with this trial. I sent this to them because I asked them, hey, do you know that this is all public? I had no idea that it was public to such a degree. And what does it matter now? And how can you say that this Dobricic and this, do you see, I'm sorry, I mean, can you see what I sent them? You now claim that I was listening to the defense. No, I didn't.
You watched this show at the night of the opening statements, didn't you? Yes or no?
Ja nisam gledao.
I did not watch the show. One of the colleagues forwarded it to me and said, look what's here. So I didn't watch it. I had no idea what it was about. I don't even know when it was, what date it was. We are returning to the one and the same topic again and again.
When you were released, you were free to criticize, free to talk freely about what had happened to you when you were being released. But you were free to talk to Ambassador Walker, weren't you?
Ja sam već rekao šta sam.
I already said what I discussed with Mr. Walker in the car, and then I also said that my family arrived, and there were at least 20 of us up there, and we were his guests, so to speak. I needed cigarettes. Then he gave me cigarettes and Coca-Cola and milk. I requested milk as well. We talked, everybody was happy, and so on and so forth. We went to a press conference, and I said what I said, that for the most part, the treatment was correct. And I have explained why I said that.
Ambassador Walker said, paragraph 19, the released journalist rode with me back to Pristina in my armored vehicle. In the vehicle, when they were out of the control of the KLA and out of the glare of the cameras, I had asked them again what they experienced. Both confirmed that they had not been mistreated. Now, when you were out of the glare of the cameras and away from the KLA and with Ambassador Walker and safe, you in fact told him that you had not been mistreated, didn't you? Yes or no?
Ne znam da sam mu baš...
I don't know that those were my exact words. I doubt it. I have no idea. If I did say, I said what I said everywhere, here and there and everywhere. Whether he also addressed Dobricic, I don't know, but I don't recall of having said anything to that effect.
Both confirmed that they had not been mistreated. I have no further questions.
Thank you. We have some questions from the judges, beginning with Judge Metro.
Ima još.
Oh, there's more questions.
Judge Smith, and good morning.
Dobro
Good
jutro.
afternoon, witness.
Dobar dan.
I'm sorry you will have some more questions from us, but we're almost there. I want to ask you about the various locations and places to which you were taken during your detention, and I will take you through the chronology. And I apologize in advance. I'm going to ask you to repeat most likely some of the details that you have already given, but I'll try to take it one step at a time. Am I right to understand that you left from Pristina on the 18th of October of 1998? Is that right?
Da.
Yes.
Recall what day of the week that was?
Ne.
No. I know that on the following day was my wife's birthday. That's why I left Pristina. I think it could have been Friday or Saturday. Friday on Saturday or Saturday on Sunday. But I really am not sure.
Approximately the time when you left Pristina on that day?
Pa negdje mislim oko...
I believe it was around 11:30 or 12 or thereabouts. Or about 12:31.
Understand your evidence properly. You were driving, or Mr. Dobricic was driving a Yugo car, model Florida. Is that right?
Da.
Yes. I can't drive.
And can you recall whether the car, as I think you suggested, had registration plates from Belgrade? Is that right?
Da, imala su...
Yes, there were Belgrade plates. White.
From Pristina in the general direction of the village of Magure. Is that correct?
Tako.
Yes, yes.
So you passed by Pristina airport towards Magure, turned right towards the village of Sedlare or Shala. Is that right?
Da.
Yes.
And before you reached Shala, you explained to us already that you were arrested by a group of Kele members at that point. I won't go into the detail, but do you remember the name of the locality in which these events happened? And I mean the place where you were stopped by a group of Kele members.
Mislim, nemam me.
Well, there was no a place or no town. This was on the side of the road. There was nothing around.
Does the name Risinovts or Rusinovts ring a bell with you?
Ništa, don't think.
No, it doesn't ring the bell. In other words, I don't really know. It doesn't mean anything to me.
And from that place, you were escorted, as I understand it, to a location in Sedlare, Shala, correct? By the KLA.
Tako je.
That's correct.
And how many members of the KLA escorted you on that occasion from the point at which you had been stopped with Mr. Dobricic to the place where you would be detained? How many KLA members escorted you on that occasion?
Pa, jedno,
2 to 3. There were 2 cars, our car, and there was another car which came to pick us up. I was in one car, Dobricic was shoved into another. So there would have been 3, 4 to 5 men.
You said, I think, that you spent approximately 20 days at that location in Sedlare, Shala, correct?
tako, 9.
Yes. 20, 19, 20 or 21. Let's say 20. Let's round it off.
What you estimated to be perhaps the 5th day of your detention at that location, the interrogations took place. Is that right? In terms of timing, that would have been 5-6 days into your detention?
Tako je.
That's correct. Yes.
And your evidence, there were 2 incidents on that day, and I will summarize them, and please tell me whether that's a correct understanding or if you wish to qualify or add to that. There was a first incident taking place around 1300, 1 o'clock, where an individual came in your room and threatened you with his weapon, putting it in your eyes and mouth. And then there was a second incident following the first one where 4 individuals came into your room and interviewed you. Is that a correct understanding of the chronology?
To dalo dugo.
Yes, but this second occasion, I wouldn't really call an incident. People just came to ask us questions.
And how long after the first incident did the interview with the 4 persons took place? Was it a matter of minutes? Was it a matter of hours? How long elapsed between the 2?
Deset, 15.
10 to 15 minutes maximum, thereabouts.
And I want to go to what you said in one of your interviews about this incident, and I'll ask you some further details on that. It's exhibit P489, please. It's, for the record, SPOE 00078810. And if we can go to page 6 of the document, that would be SPOE 00788115. So I'll just read briefly what you said, and I'm going to ask you a few follow-up questions. It starts with the words, on the 5th or 6th day. Can you see that?
Dobro.
Yes.
It says on the 5th or 6th day the interrogation started. at around 1300 hours, one man entered my room. He was new for me. He had camouflage, neat uniform. He was shaved and young. He started yelling at me and put his automatic rifle in my mouth. The rifle was not Kalashnikov type, but it was automatic rifle. He pointed his KLA patch and asked, "Do I know what that was?" I replied as well as I could, having a rifle barrel in my mouth, that it was KLA patch. He asked me to reply in Albanian, and I said that it was UÇK in Albanian. Then he put the gun in my eye. He asked why I was not fluent in Albanian. I said that I can only speak some Albanian. He left the room laughing. Now, is that a fair summary of the first incident?
Da.
Yes. Yes. That's about it, yeah.
Then he goes on to say this. Then 4 men entered the room. One of them was around 25 to 26-year-old. He had a neat camouflage uniform, no weapon, and for me, he looked like a political representative. The other one was even younger. He was local and in civilian clothes. Now, again, is that today a fair and accurate recollection of what you can recall of the individuals who came in the room to interview you?
Yes, sure.
Yes, everything that reads here is correct.
And no need to show it, but in your interview of 2012, it's P490 at page 4, you described the first individual, the 25, 26-year-old, in this way. He had a neat camouflage uniform, no weapon, and to me he looked like a political representative. I say so because it was clear from his appearance and way of speaking that he was educated and not a simple soldier. He was the type of person like a political or student representative. Again, is that today your recollection and a fair description of how you remember that man?
Otprilike, da, to je.
Yes. I've already mentioned a couple of times that he looked like a student, like an educated person. He was cultured looking. He had this uniform, no weapons, that's for sure. So he was the one who spoke with me, more or less.
Is it correct that by that stage your glasses had been taken away from you? Is that right?
Da, da.
Yes, yes.
A moment ago you told the prosecutor that it affected your ability to recognize people. Is that correct?
Pa normalno, ja sam.
Well, of course, but I also said that I didn't really observe them very carefully or stare at them, except this man who looked civilized and we just talked. I mean the student, this young man.
In your estimation, would you have spent speaking to these individuals?
Pa negdje oko
Well, about 40, 45 minutes or maybe half an hour, thereabouts.
Occurring? Were you making eye contacts? Were you looking at them in any particular way? Or were you avoiding to do that?
Pa kako koga, kažem?
Well, depends. With this person, I had a normal conversation. The other man that I mentioned later, he too looked at me, and the other two I knew because I had seen them a bit earlier, but I didn't really. Well, with this man, I had a normal conversation.
Your statement, and it's still P489, goes on to say the third one, so the third individual who came in your room on that occasion, was older, about 45-year-old, and for me he seemed to be authoritative. He had gray hair and a gray mustache. He was mainly observing, and the fourth man I cannot describe. He was not important. He was mainly observing. The interrogation lasted 45 minutes. It was mainly a discussion about political aspect. My question here is, in what language were you communicating with these individuals?
Na srpskom.
In Serbian.
Do you remember who it was that was speaking to you in Serbian? Were all four of them speaking in Serbian, or was there one of them who was, in effect, translating
Sa
what
mnom
was
je
said?
ovaj dečko dva.
This young man, this 25-year-old man, he spoke with me, and he spoke in Serbian. The gray-haired man, also addressed me in Serbian, although I only had exchanged a few words with this second man. The other two did not say anything.
And you say, and that's the continuation of your statement, that you were asked about your treatment, and then you say that after that, the gray-haired man remained in the room and others left. He asked me about Kele leaders, if I knew any of them. He told me that nothing would happen to me. Do you recall saying that?
Da.
Yes. I can explain. The man said to me, literally, and the Albanians here would know, and also the Serbs who lived or live in Kosovo, he said to me, he gave me something that we call a word of honor. In other words, he gave me his besa, which is the traditional Albanian term, which means that if somebody gives a besa to you, that means that nothing will happen to you. So that's what I was saying, trying to say. He said to me that nothing would happen to me.
But he said, or you said, he said, about the Kele leader. He asked you about the Kele leader. Who was he talking about? Was he talking about the man who had just been in your room, or was he speaking about Kele leaders in general?
Ne, pitamo.
No, it was in general, and that's what I mentioned already. The two or three that I knew of. He also asked me about the kind of music that I liked. I can also tell you what kind of music he liked. And then he said that nothing would happen to me. This was a short conversation, 4 or 5 minutes.
A gray-haired man, is that the same man as you described as a polite man who spoke Serbian? Is that one and the same man, or are they different men?
To je pretpostavljam.
I suppose you mean the first man. But this gray-haired man, that's a different man. I saw him on this one occasion and never again. He never showed up again.
And then, as I understand your evidence, you said that after about 20 days, you saw once again three of these individuals, three of the four individuals who had come to interview you, and they came to tell you that you were not anymore suspect of being a spy, but that you had been convicted for traveling without authorization and without a press sign on your car. Is that correct? Those were the same, or three of the same four men.
Ovaj je bio sigurno.
This one, for sure, the 25 to 6 years old. Then the local man that I mentioned, no. There was the third man that I've mentioned, who didn't look very important. And there was another person with them. I suppose he was the commander of that building or house, but the man who gave us blankets later. But for the main part, it was the young man,
Da nam kaže.
the 24 or 5-year-old man. He was the main guy. He came later to tell us that it's over.
Taken from Shala, Sedlare, to a place or location you understood to be at or near Klečke, correct?
Ne, čekajte ovako.
No. Wait. On the 20th day, we were transferred from Sedlare to this other place that we thought was Klečka. And then the 25 or 26-year-old man came and told us that officially we were exonerated and that we would be set free.
Occurred in Klečke, not in Shala, correct?
Tako je.
That's right.
During your trip from Shala to Klečke, how many KLA members, in your estimation, were escorting you on that occasion?
Dva čoveka.
Two men, one in front, the other one behind. I mean, the driver and the one who was in the passenger seat, and the two of us were sitting in the back of the car with blindfolds on our eyes and with our hands tied.
And there you spent, I think, approximately, in Klečke, or the location you believe to be at or near Klečke, you spent approximately 2 weeks, 16 days. Is that right?
Bravo, tu negdje.
Thereabouts. 15, 16, 14, but yes, generally speaking.
Into a location which you called a hut or a barrack, from that location, and your estimation is that you traveled about a kilometer on foot. Is that correct?
Jeste.
Yes.
Said it already, but I'll ask you nevertheless. Would you have a sense of where you were at that particular time, when you were in the barrack or the hut, approximately in what geographical location you were at?
Ne, oko nas je bilo.
No, there were woods around us. I don't know what else I could say about it. In some forest, at a sort of clearing, and that was that. There was snow.
And then, as I understand, you spend only the night at that location, and the next day you're taken by car to a private house, correct?
Sutra
The following evening, by tractor. We spent the whole day in this hut, and then in the evening, we were taken on a tractor to this private house.
Do you have a sense of where that house might have been?
Rekao sam,
Well, I just know that it was a big place. I don't know which place it was, because we more or less had some freedom there. The room was on the upper floor, the windows were open, I could sit down, sit on the window and light a cigarette and look outside to see what was going on. There were people passing around outside somewhere in the distance. It was a hilly area, and there was quite a number of people who were out, so it wasn't a small place, but which one it was I really don't know. And we were there until the last day.
And am I right to understand that there was only one KLA member guarding the house? Is it correct?
ispred naše sobe da.
In front of our room, yes. And downstairs, on the lower floor, there were always some people milling about, but on our floor, yes.
And do you know the name of that particular guard, the person who was?
No, of course not. No one introduced themselves, so no.
Of the house? Do you know the name of the person whose house it was?
No idea.
The next day, if I understand correctly, you were told that you would be released. Is that right?
Posle 2 dana.
2 days later. A day or two rather. Depends on how you count it, but I'd say 2 days.
And you are driven, I think your estimate was between an hour and a half to 2 hours to Dragobil. Is that right?
Da, na kraju.
Yes, eventually. We were in one vehicle, then we stopped at some point. After an hour and a half, an hour and 45 minutes, 2 hours, we were put into another car, and then 10 minutes later, they released us in Dragobilje.
On the way.
Da, tu smo...
Yes, we only stopped once there.
During this transport?
Da, ovog puta smo imali...
Yes, this time we were with nice, clean gauze, and they asked us if it was not tied too tight, and our hands were free.
Any KLA members were escorting you during that particular trip?
Ispred su...
In the car, there was a driver, the man in the passenger seat, another man next to me, and Dobričić and myself were in the middle.
Thank you, sir.
Hvala.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Good afternoon, witness. I'm afraid I also have a few more questions for you.
Ajde, šta će?
Well, what can we do?
And I would like to go back to the time when you and Mr. Dobričić were arrested on the 18th of October 1998. My first question is the following. Could you please describe what happened when you and Mr. Dobričić were stopped by the individuals you identified as being KLA soldiers? In other words, what did these individuals do and what did they say to you exactly, if you can remember that?
Stali smo ispred njih.
We stopped in front of them. The man who I've been saying all along was polite with us. The one who spoke Serbian exceptionally well, he came up to us as if, how would I describe it, as if he was a traffic policeman, as if traffic police had stopped us. He asked for the driving license and the personal identity card, please get out of the car. We did. They asked us a few more questions that lasted for about 20 minutes. They checked our documents, and then another car came by, and then they transported us from there to Sedlare. So no one mistreated us or anything. They blindfolded us. They would push us a bit by laying a hand on our heads so that they would make sure we sat in the car like any police anywhere would do it, and then they transported us to Sedlare, and this is all that I could tell you.
Did anybody tell you that you or Mr. Dobricic had only stopped the car after a delay? Or in other words, were you asked by anyone, why didn't you stop your car earlier? So was that accusation made by the persons who arrested you and Mr. Dobricic at the time?
Ja se ne sjećam da...
I don't remember that anyone accused us of anything. They stopped us nicely. They looked at us. They asked us to open the window. Then he asked us kindly to leave the car. So we did on either side of the car. Me on one side and Mr. Dobricic on the other.
Let me ask you this. Nevertheless, have you ever been accused of trying to hide your identity, either you or, as far as you know, Mr. Dobricic, whether at the place of your arrest or later on during your detention?
Pa nisu ja...
Well, no, I wouldn't comment on someone's statement, but I mean, we produced our personal ID cards and my colleague his driver's license, and we also had our journalist's ID cards, so I don't know what I could have hidden.
Pitali ljudi lepo I kako...
They asked us politely what our names were, so we told them.
Witness, did the soldiers who arrested you and Mr. Dobricic ask you about the license plates of your car?
Nisu mi ništa.
No, they didn't ask me anything.
Mr. Dobricic, tell them, the soldiers who arrested you, the purpose of your travel, why you were there at the time?
Rekli smo da smo novin.
Yes, we said that we were journalists, that we had come there. We said that exactly, and I think it must be noted somewhere if they have kept that we had simply come, just as I've been saying all along, that we had heard that there was some shootout and that we wanted to make a few photographs of the police car that had been riddled with bullets. It was no secret, so we told them openly where we had been and why we had come.
Soldiers' reaction to that? Did they tell you that they will check whether the information you gave them was true, or did they tell you that you shouldn't go to that place you were heading at?
Reagovali su tako što su nas...
Well, they reacted by putting us into the other car and taking us to Sedlare. I apologize, I don't mean to be impolite, but they said, that's all right, that's all fine, we'll check who you are, but now please get into this car. And they allowed us to light a cigarette or something of the kind, nothing important.
Understand. My next question or questions pertain to what you told us yesterday, and I refer to page 22 of the provisional transcript, lines 19 to 22, according to which you said the following, and I quote, "Anyhow, there at the time, some people came to tell us that we were convicted to 60 days of imprisonment because we unlawfully entered the territory of Kosovo and because we didn't have the press decal on the car. That was it." End of quote. Wait, now my next question, or my question is the following. Did the person or the persons actually tell you that you and Mr. Dobricic were convicted of unlawfully entering the territory of Kosovo, or did they tell you that you unlawfully entered the territory of the KLA?
Ovo drugo.
The second thing, under KLA control.
Asking that is
Sve okay.
because you were, oh sorry, continue.
Ne, u redu, izvini.
No, it's all right. I am sorry. I apologize.
Because you were already in Kosovo. You were based in Pristina, correct, at the time?
Da.
Yes.
Last set of questions. Yesterday, you told us about the time you served in the army before the war in Kosovo, and I refer to page 44 of the provisional transcript, yesterday's provisional transcript, lines 11 to 16, where you said, I quote, I enrolled previously, I had enrolled before that, I enrolled in university before I served in the army, and then in May of the next year, I joined the army for some personal reasons, and then a year later, I returned and continued with my agriculture studies. After this, I also enrolled in the History College, end of quote. May I ask you, witness, what your personal reasons were for joining the army?
Ali molim vas, nemoj da se smijete.
But please don't laugh, all right? I mean, I'm telling this to everyone. I enrolled at the university as a part-time student, the Faculty of Agriculture. I did not attend classes regularly, being a part-time student. And in January, I went skiing on Mount Kopaonik. I spent about a fortnight there, and in February or March, I returned. The professor, whose name was Jacinac, and my mother used to be his teacher and a teacher of his children. And the other one was really a poor student, but because he was an urchin, she found him nice. She saw that he had some potential. I'm sorry, you asked me, so now I'm telling you about the personal reasons. So I came to see Mr. Jacinac in March or April to take my exam, and the professor told me that I couldn't take the exam because I was not present at a seminar or whatever it was called, a workshop, something that was compulsory for us part-time students. So I don't know how to put it in mildest terms, and I was really mad about all this, and I told my mom, well, why did you assist this man and he won't allow me to take the exam? And that was the reason why I decided to go and serve the army in the month of May. And let me not use any impolite language, because this really went on my nerves. So I went to the army, I did my compulsory military service, I completed it, and then I continued my studies.
Can you tell us again what exactly you did during your time in the army? In particular, in which unit did you serve and what were your duties? I think you told us in one of your previous interviews that you served in the infantry. Is that correct?
Da, to se...
Yes, it was called mechanized infantry. I served the army in the town of Visoko. And just like any infantry would do, we had those exercises, we had to clean our rifles. We didn't even shoot that much, only when we had practice, just like any troops would do. So I was there for a few months, and then it was already, or rather before that, the service used to be a year and a half or 15 months, and then they reduced it, so I had to do 12 months of military service. For the first 6 months, I had the basic training. Then the next 4 months, I was a corporal or something like that. I had the lowest rank that existed, and then the last 4 months, it was just serving the rest of the army. Interpreter's correction, it was 3 times 4 months in total. So nothing special. I was just a simple soldier in infantry, only it was called mechanized infantry, I guess because we drove around in trucks.
Did you have anything to do with military intelligence at that time or later?
Who, me? No, not then or later.
Molim lepo, hvala.
Judge Barton?
Thank you.
No
Ima i
questions.
on.
Thank you, witness.
Any follow-up questions based upon the judge's questions?
None, Your Honor.
Anything?
Just briefly, Your Honor, if we can put back P300 back on the stand, back on that screen, please. I'm just waiting for P300 to come up. It's up? Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies, Judge. It was on the screen. I had pressed the wrong button. My apologies. So you were asked some questions about the stop by the KLA on the 18th of October. And just looking at this press statement, you would agree with me that you were driving in an unmarked vehicle with no press signs from Belgrade, right?
Da.
And in case
Yes.
Adam Thaçi or anybody else from the KLA, right?
Right.
Stopped after a delay, allowing them to hide their identities. Now, you would agree with me that the sequence of events was more than sufficient grounds for them to suspect.
Excuse me,
A,
I didn't hear an answer regarding the stop
sam
after
već
delay
odgovarao.
point.
Sir?
I'm sorry. Please answer.
You might want to repeat the question.
Okay, I will
Da.
repeat the question.
Yes.
Now, I was actually reading it. Well, I was reading the actual item.
Well, was there a question there?
There is a question. Now, it also reads that after was given the sound for the sign for them to stop, they stopped after a delay, allowing them to hide their identities. Now, you would agree with me, witness, that this sequence of events was more than sufficient grounds for these KLA soldiers to suspect or be suspicious of the story you were giving about being journalists and that you were just out there touring around.
Objection calls for speculation on the behalf of the witness regarding what was the basis that the KLA stopped him on.
Sustained?
Well, sir, objectively speaking, you would agree, would you not, that if you were in the position of these KLA soldiers, you too would be suspicious of people like you and Mr. Dobricic traveling in unidentified cars with Belgrade license plates with no identification concerning your ability to be in that area. And this was after you had blown past the first checkpoint and turned around. Now, you would agree, if you were a KLA soldier, you would be suspicious of that person in a Belgrade car, unmarked, traveling in KLA area, wouldn't you?
Objection, the witness was not a KLA soldier, so can't answer that.
Overruled. You can answer the question. The question is, would you be suspicious?
Correct.
A što, to je njegovo
Why? That's his point of view that we didn't stop properly. They appeared on the road and we stopped them. I don't know what identity I could hide when I produced my ID card and the license and the driver's license and everything else, and they opened the boot of the car. Now, if they said we were suspicious and wanted to convict us, well, I can't comment on that. Probably he found us suspicious. He did. And what I think, whether I would find him suspicious or not, well, this one man found me suspicious.
Thank you. Nothing. Anything, Mr. Tully?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Anything, Mr.
No, thank you, Your
Ellis?
Honor.
Thank you. Witness, you are finished with your testimony. So we will excuse you now and you can go home. Thank you for being with us and sharing your information with us. We wish you well in the future. The court usher will escort you out of the room.
Mogu ja nešto da kažem?
May I say something? Or not?
Testifying.
I won't. All right. All right. All right. I just wanted to thank everyone, nothing else. Especially the people who took care of me over these few days. I thank everyone present. That's all. I'm free now. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Have a nice day. Thank you.
May we step briefly into closed session? Yes, I simply want to deal with one.
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
You know, absolutely.
Okay.
Everyone has been on public session.
Thank you. We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Mr. Emerson, the panel has, I assure you, read the entire statement of this next witness and all of the notes and the security statement notes and the psychology notes. And I know you want to make a statement. We would like you to wrap it up in 5 minutes, please. Okay.
Mike.
I can hear me, but I can't hear
I'd
you.
apologize. My main concern is that the process.
Sorry, Your Honour, before Council starts, the SPO hasn't been given an opportunity to respond to any of the requests yet, and I just want to make sure that we will have that opportunity.
Don't worry about that.
I want my main plea at the outset is that we do nothing to rush the situation that the court is that we do nothing to rush the situation that the court is currently facing. Because there are a number of unique features to this particular witness, and I'll avoid generalities and hyperbole, which raise some very real difficulties as to how to manage his evidence, particularly having regard to the provisions of the rules and the way in which evidence can and should be elicited. Now, we know from documents that have now been disclosed that it has been the witness's intention.
Sorry, Your Honour, just to note we're in open session, so if any specifics from confidentially disclosed documents are going to be referred to, we should move to private session.
That's absolutely fair enough.
Please take us into private session.
I was going to say, can I start my 5 minutes afterwards?
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Good afternoon, witness. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
You with the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141, Paragraph 2 of our rules. So take a look at that and then read it aloud.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Did you understand that that solemn declaration?
Yes.
To follow it.
Yes.
Start your testimony, which is expected to last for several days. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first. Victims' counsel has decided that he will not ask any questions, and then the defense has the right to ask questions of you. Members of the panel might also have questions for you, members of the judges. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 1 hour. The defense estimates that it will need approximately 15 hours. However, as regards each estimate, we hope the counsel will be judicious in the use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and speak at a slow pace so the interpreters can stay up with you. During the next days while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside this court about your testimony, please let us know. Final instruction, please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. Witness, can you look up here? If I raise my hand, that means you should stop, because it means I need to give you an additional instruction. Understood?
Yes, that's fine.
Break, please let us know and we will do our best to accommodate you.
Okay.
With the direct examination by the prosecution, they will begin over here.
Before we can start, Your Honours, with the prosecutor's side, I have 2 requests to make, if I may. The first one is...
Questions right now. All right? Do you understand? We need to have you concentrate on the questions the prosecution will ask, and then the defense will ask. And then when you're finished with that, if you want to make a statement, when we're all finished with that, we will allow that.
Okay. I did not quite understand it, no. I need a bit of time to be able to understand it properly.
Witness. Trial, you're going to be asked questions by the prosecution and by the defense and even by the judges. And when you finish that, if you wish to make a statement, we will allow it. But right now, we have to get on with the testimony. Understood? You have to answer yes or no.
Yes.
Is there some reason I can't hear any answer?
Microphone for Your Honor, please.
Are you comfortable proceeding now after I have explained it to you?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead, Mr. Potch.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, witness. We've met before. I'll introduce myself again. I'm James Potch, a prosecutor with the SPO, and I'll be asking you some questions for the next hour or so. Before I ask the presiding judge to move into private session to obtain information to establish your identity, I will note that, as I explained during your preparation session last week, rather than asking you questions about every relevant issue you may have information about, it may be possible to admit some of your prior statements containing such information into evidence. In order to do so, there are a number of procedural steps to follow, which I will turn to after establishing your identity. And, Your Honor, we would need to move into private session for a minute or so to establish the witness's identity, given his existing protective measures.
In order to protect the witness's identity and identities of other witnesses, please move us into private session.
Your Honor's been in public session.
Thank you. Mr. Potch?
Thank you, Your Honor. And for the court officer, none of the items I'll be asking to be called up today are for public broadcast. And court officer, I'd like to start by showing the witness SITF 00305130 to 00305135 RED. And that would be the last page, please. And I'll give you another ERN I would like side by side. and the ERN to be on the screen at the side of this item is SITF 00305-135-AT-RED, and that would also be the same page 135, please. Thank you, court officer. And witness, just to explain again, while you can see these items on your screen, the public cannot. The witness, this refers to an interview with you, and on the pages before you, on the left in English and on the right in Albanian, we see the date is in 2004. Do you recall providing a statement in 2004?
I need a short pause because I do not feel very well in order for me to be able to resume testifying.
I'm in your hands, Your Honor.
Do you need to pause here, or are you saying you need to go out to the other room?
Yes. I need to go outside.
Outside, you'll go into the next room.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. I need to consult a lawyer in order to assist me with the procedure here, because there are a few things that I find difficulty understanding.
Sure, take him out into the other room, please. Stay in public session. We'll give the witness 10 minutes. We'll step aside for that period of time.
I'm sorry, Your Honour, he's made a very clearly expressed desire to have advice of a lawyer.
Yes.
He has to have one then.
Yeah.
10 minutes is not sufficient for a lawyer to be instructed.
I just want to have him report back what he's doing. I want him to think about it a bit.
Okay, fine. But I mean, he's made a very clearly expressed request on the transcript.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
I mean, we just need,
Okay.
he was warned about the risk of self-incrimination by Mr. Patch. He's obviously a witness at risk of self-incrimination.
Yeah.
He has to have a lawyer.
I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying I want to give him a chance to think about it.
No problem at all.
Your Honor, just to be heard briefly on what counsel has said, we have not heard anything from the witness that the consultation... Sorry, Your Honor. Just to respond briefly, we have not heard anything from the witness that he would like to consult counsel because of a risk of self-incrimination. As Your Honor and everybody here knows, the witness is called as a witness, not a suspect.
When he comes back, we will ask those questions, Mr. Potts, but right now, I want him just to have an opportunity to think about it. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Let's go into private session.
Yeah.
Could we go into private session, please, Madam Court Officer?
We're in public session.
Thank
Your
you.
Honors.